Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
The winter postseason gets started soon. First up is action from the mats. And an exciting weekend coming up for high school girls with an eye towards leadership. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. The 26th MHSAA Women in Sports Leadership Conference is set for February 4th and 5th in Lansing. A couple of days after that, February 7th, is the 38th Annual National Girls and Women in Sports Day. Both events aim to inspire girls to play sports, as there are numerous benefits to being a part of a team. An increase in confidence, physical and mental strength, and character are just some of the benefits of participating. The MHSAA sponsors 15 sports for girls with more than 111,000 participants. Michigan ranks 9th nationally in the number of girls participating, and that number counts students for each sport played, meaning students who are multiple sport athletes are counted more than once. The most popular sports in Michigan continue to be outdoor track and field and volleyball, followed by basketball, cross country, and softball. Studies also show that more than 40% of female athletes play more than one sport. And when you break it down by class, a third of Class A athletes play more than one sport, with that number rising to 45% for Class B, 56% in Class C, and a whopping 62% in Class D. More information on the Women in Sports Leadership Conference and the number of participants in the state can be found at MHSAA.com. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Constantine wrestler Greg Reed. The 190-pounder won 4 matches at the Greater Berrien County Wrestling Invitational. 3 of those wins were in under a minute, and he helped Constantine capture the team title as well. Clarkston's Kyle Lynch netted 2 power play goals and a 6-1 win over M1 United. The victory gives Clarkston at least a share of the OAA Red title. And 2 1,000-point scorers to tell you about this week. Both Carson Viz of Grand Rapids South Christian and Donnie Yeager of Nouvelle went over 1,000 career points in basketball wins last week.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
A wrestling duel is tied after 14 matches. What happens? How is a winner determined? There are 17 possible criteria used to break ties, starting with advancing the team penalized the fewest number of team points for flagrant misconduct or unsportsmanlike conduct. The 17th and final tiebreaker, if needed, is a simple coin flip. But how often are these steps actually used? A regular season dual meet last week went to the 7th tiebreak. And in 2017 Division III Finals, Richmond beat Dundee for the state championship by going to the 8th step in the tiebreaker procedure. Richmond had scored more total first points and was crowned the winner.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. Now that you know how to deal with tiebreakers and wrestling duel matches, let's go over the wrestling postseason schedule. Team districts start on February 7th for Divisions 1 and 3 and February 8th for Divisions 2 and 4. It's the first winter sport postseason to get started, and team regionals are Tuesday, February 14th. Individual districts will start on February 10th. Regionals for boys will be on the 17th, and the girls will wrestle regionals one day later on the 18th. Team wrestling finals will be on the 23rd and 24th at Wings Event Center in Kalamazoo. And individual finals will be March 1st and 2nd from Ford Field in Detroit. The final round will be Saturday afternoon with all 5 championship mats, Divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, and the girls division, starting at about 3:45 p.m. Ticket information for all rounds can be found at MHSAA.com, as well as the latest brackets, locations, scores, and more. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner, to Young, another one! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores! 2-1 Grandville. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Bob's Ragnaris drives, jams thunderously with 2 hands again. Cam Ragnaris, he's got 10. Bobo skips the right corner to Watson, catch and shoot 3. Splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9, 138 in the third, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it. Timeout, Covenant Christian. And hello, everyone, and welcome to game night, and welcome to Vanderslice Gymnasium, the start of an absolutely packed week of hoops right here from Grandville High School on MGN. Pair of OK Red doubleheaders this week, and we start with a Tuesday night clash as we're working our way through the second half of conference season in West Michigan, as West Ottawa has come to town to take on the Bulldogs program. Tonight, you see the JV squads each out and working through things right now. 57-45, the West Ottawa JV lead over the Bulldogs as we get ready for tonight's action. It's Teacher Appreciation Night here at Grandville as well. Certainly going to be a packed house for certain. 5:30 the expected time. We'll be a little bit behind that, it would look like. For the girls tip-off here this evening, boys will follow things up at about 7 or probably a bit later after all the Teacher Appreciation Night activities and so forth are wrapped up as well. We welcome you inside the booth up top here. Nate Dreyer with you on game. I'll be joined later on by Chandler Timmer, who's hopefully not watching because we coordinated that surprise for him, as I'm sure he'll greatly appreciate. But a packed night here from Vanderslice Gym as always. Girls game first off. The Grandville girls under first-year head coach Mike Van Hecken really been playing some of their best basketball of the season. The last couple of games, a narrow defeat versus recent state champion, a terrific year-over-year program against Hudsonville. We're able to follow that up as well with a couple of wins next week on both Tuesday and Friday over Matawan and Jenison. Lost to East Grand Rapids, one of the best teams in the area, on Saturday. So a good week for the Grandville girls, and the West Ottawa girls are playing as well as anyone. Last time out for them, they took down East Kentwood 53-50 in that one over previously unbeaten in conference East Kentwood, and certainly changed up the whole picture atop the conference on the girls' side of things within the OK Red. A lot more still to get to here in our Centennial Securities pregame show as we'll start breaking things down a little bit more and see what we are in store for tonight as West Ottawa's girls look to continue their march towards the top of the conference, all led by Gabby Reynolds, who scored her 1,500th career point in that win over East Kentwood. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back here.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
MGN, here's the drive. I am Chandler 2.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dryer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Michigan game night, tailgate report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
You like cartoons? This has our logo on the front, on the back. The Bulldogs, the biggest games, the best teams. That's our tagline because we do all of that, even though it makes some people mad.
So I'm glad to see that after Tuckus came and went, that. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
That things are. That things are still on track there. God. Jennison. Things that stand out. Davison is going to kick everyone's. Bleep that. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And he has returned. He's still on the beach. We've been bugging him about it all week long, but Chandler Timmer joins me here on the Bates Agency pregame show. CT, you seem to be doing better than the rest of us.
Yeah, I know it's pretty nice down here. I kind of like covering basketball this way.
I'm sure you do.
Looking to this moving forward.
I can't blame you one bit. All right.
Let's talk a little bit more about Forest Hill Central because when you... Waylon Haney just hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the game. At the buzzer, the JV game. Grandville wins 55-52.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game. Grown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back. Do you have any comments on the trolls?
No. I mean, I'm with you.
You're friends with the trolls? You are a troll?
Well, I have troll tendencies potentially when it comes to egging you on, I guess. But
your flight's at 5, or your?
Yeah, the flight out of Panama City is like at 5, and we don't get home till like midnight. So
that sucks. So you're actually, that was a lie. You're not going to be tuning in.
Yeah, no. If I'm at the airport at that time, I will be. But I'm likely missing most of it.
Okay. We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to Music Jams Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back. back, everyone. Vanderslice Gymnasium, Nate Dreyer with you here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Live either through the Michigan Sports Radio page or, of course, through the Michigan Game Night YouTube. A game that is down single digits in the JV contest. In the middle of the third quarter, the Grandville boys JV squad trailed by, I think the maximum disadvantage for them was 18. They've brought it within single digits down to 8 right now, and we'll certainly be monitoring that situation as the Grandville JV team all year long has been one that has found a way to play in close games, to make big comebacks, and Coach Meade's team is doing just that once again here tonight at Vanderslice Gymnasium. This is the Centennial Securities pregame show. We'll be joined a little bit later on for the boys game by Chandler Timber. Like I said, teacher appreciation night here at Grandville, expecting a packed house certainly by the time we get into the doubleheader. And West Ottawa coming to town, and on the West Ottawa girls side, we're going to see, first off, a Miss Basketball, I think, turning into a favorite on that side of the floor with Gabby Reynolds, the George Washington University commit, a couple-time All-State player. And like I said, in that kind of upset win that really shook up the top of the OK Red against East Kentwood, Gabby ultimately went out and put up 30 points and got her 1,500th career point, which is something that, of course, is very rare to see at the high school level. It takes a 3 or 4, typically a 4-year player that puts up scoring averages in the mid-20s, as Gabby has done throughout her entire career. So obviously, that's your first talking point. That's the baseline of things with this West Ottawa team. 10-4 on the year. 3 of those losses have come within the conference. They currently sit 4th in the conference. The tie at the top, or actually a half game up at the top with one more game played, is Rockford with 1 loss over East Kentwood right behind. Let's actually take that opportunity. Let's bring up a look at the girls' standings right now going into tonight's Tuesday night action across the area. So like I said, Rockford girls on top right now. East Kentwood and Hudsonville still have to play both of their contests. The first one postponed due to weather, still waiting on that game getting rescheduled. Both of those games on both sides, the boys and the girls, coming up relatively shortly. Grand Haven, you see slipping in there. The Bulldogs just saw the Buccaneers on MGN not that long ago. West Ottawa fitting in, and then you get Hudsonville. Grandville has solidified themselves into the 6th spot ahead of both Jenison and Caledonia, who the Bulldogs have their 2 wins in conference play against. So there's a look at things. Rockford, Grand Haven, the most intriguing, I think, of the battles across both the girls and the boys tonight in the OK Red. Rockford boys, let's take a look at the boys' side of things. The same thing can be said over there with Rockford controlling things right now at the top of the OK Red and the boys. And again, they have Grand Haven, who's coming off an upset win over Hudsonville last time out. And that Grand Haven team certainly a lot of talent and can do some tricky things too. So I think keeping a bit of an eye on that contest. Meanwhile, on the floor, a travel is called on Sam Watson, the freshman for West Ottawa, and the Bulldogs have got it down only 7. 3.5 minutes to go. JV action here from Vanderslice Gymnasium as part of our Centennial Securities pregame show. It didn't seem like it was going to be a game, as that's poked and stolen and going back the other way with the Panthers and Anaya, but not necessarily the contest where maybe you thought we would be doing some look-ins to the JV game down the stretch. A 20-point lead for West Ottawa at one point in the middle of the third quarter. Bulldogs have taken it all the way down to 7. Watson off the drive, kicks to the corner. Triple try is up and off the mark there. Rebound saved in by Gardner, and the Bulldogs push. And going to the line for the Bulldogs here will be Eli Schultz, the Dogs sophomore. So certainly we'll keep an eye on this JV contest over the next 3 minutes of action or so. We are, in the time being, though, going to quick step aside from our Centennial Securities pregame show. Have a lot more still to get to as we get a little bit closer to tip-off here. Doubleheader tonight, Grandville and West Ottawa. Girls start things out at supposed to be originally about 10 minutes. It'll be probably about 15 or 25-ish minutes time. We'll get that girls game tipped off here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Going to be a packed night and a packed house, I think, as I mentioned. The teacher appreciation night. Things are already starting to fill up for the JV contest as well. Don't go anywhere. We're going to step aside, be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Still
was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation. We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Bullhouse rips it out. Here we go. Miles Steffen to run the first attack here. And a couple of points on that possession. Doesn't get it. Physical game early. Slow down. The game gets slopped up. And it winds up being an all-time classic. I expect nothing short of that tonight again.
Yeah, I think so.
Neves, corner, got one. And a timeout from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Continues Carey's pregame show. Let's take a look. Best thing to say about it, really fun contest. Bulldogs will get it out of the break right here with 53 seconds to go.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the end.
Going by DeYoung of the Bulldogs. DeYoung for Reagan Neris, free throw line. Turns the back, left wing, Wade, triple try, splash! What a couple of moments and possessions for the Bulldog freshman. Timeout from Coach Riddell. Unbelievable. Here for Reynolds, second free throw, the right hand overhead motion is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. Wing Sorokin bounding into the lane, left corner DeYoung, all alone, triple, splash, right down the hatch, absolutely pure for Jackson DeYoung, Grandville by 9. It is good for Caden Neves, really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. We'll go to highlights to start in the first half with the Neves dunk and then a couple more that we'll follow that up with. He's all alone, drives the basket, jams it, and one! He's fouled through the dunk. Caden Neves finishing strong with the right hand, has a chance for one more.
You can feel confident.
We are Centennial Securities,
An independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Stolen. Schultz, front court, puts it down. Grandville had it down to 3, lost a little bit of ground in JV action. Now they're back within 2. And again, I can't stress enough, I was not planning on doing the JV look-ins during the Centennial Securities pregame show today because they were down 20 points in the third quarter, the Bulldogs JV guys, and they have come all the way back, and they now trail by only 2 with 1:05 to go. And once again, Coach Mead's team on the JV side of things, they have been battle-tested all year. I think Coach Young has to like the way that this team has battled, played in a lot of close games, have gotten a lot of really good experience before a lot of these pieces will find their way up onto the varsity squad next year. But we'll do a little bit of JV coverage. Like I said, I really was not expecting to do this this evening when the way things were looking earlier on tonight, even when we were going on air first, and it was about a 20-point advantage at that point in time. But it is 59-57. West Ottawa JV, the lead over the Bulldogs. And here we go, 1:05 on the clock. Panthers get ready to throw it in. Charlie Sanders, their sophomore, put it in. Brian Palmer, the head coach of the West Ottawa squad on the JV side. Brian, formerly an assistant coach with the Hamilton Hawkeyes girls program, as that one is thrown away, and Grandville will take it as Watson was wild with that pass. I was saying with Palmer on the coaching staff on the Hamilton girls team that went all the way to the state semifinals. I know that because my sister was on that team. So it'll go back the other way here with the Bulldogs. Anthony Richardson down 2 with 53 seconds to go. Down by double digits and then some, a 20-point disadvantage in the third quarter for Grandville. They've come back. Now Richardson travels as he shuffled the feet off the Watson or the Sam Watson defense. And the Panthers will take it with 44 seconds. Couple substitutions here rolling out for the Bulldogs as they get Shaddai Brantley out there along with Jaden Brown for a little bit of defense. Grandville goes out of this 1-2-2 trap that they've pretty effectively been using for Coach Meads. Corralled up top by Anaya. Trapped. Anaya. Feeding wing here is Sam Watson. Into the paint, stolen by Garrett Naraki with 26. Throwing on, running the length of the floor. Fumbled down low by Jaden Brown. Panthers take it again. This time it's Watson with 18. Watson cut off. The defense comes. It gets tied up by Schultz as Naraki was thrown on the floor as well. 15.4 on the clock. Foul goes on Schultz. That's his 4th, and it will send the Panthers, a terrific sophomore, really their leader on the ball, Sam Watson, the freshman Sam Watson, to the stripe. Pretty young JV team, rattles down the first, remains a 1-score game. Big second free throw here for Watson if he can get it back to 2 scores with 15 seconds to go. Girls coverage coming up shortly, but a little extended here with another exciting one in the boys JV action for the Bulldogs. Watson off the mark. Here comes Richardson and company with 11. Coach Meads will call the timeout. Contest that at its worst late third quarter, even early into the fourth quarter, at one point sat at 53-35 West Ottawa, and they led by double digits really from the very jump in this one. Nate Dreyer with you here tonight on Game Night. Look-in coverage here to JV action during our Centennial Securities pregame show. Thanks to Centennial Securities along with Farmers Insurance for helping present Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio and MichiganGameNight.com. Coach Meads and Coach Palmer each getting things drawn up and getting ready to get things back underway. So Bulldogs will throw in. They trail by 3 with 10 seconds to go. Naraki to put it in Keep your eye out for Anthony Richardson. He'll get it. He has been one of the keys for the Bulldogs down the stretch. Here's their sophomore in the wing. Watson sticking with him. Up top, Braylon Haney. He's struck gold in these moments before. Out of the corner, Schultz to tie. That one falls off the mark. And West Ottawa will survive 60-57. So the first win of the afternoon goes to West Ottawa in JV action, but a heck of an effort to go from 20 points down for the Grandville side before falling just shy on that buzzer beater. We're going to step aside, and we'll be right back. A lot more to break down as we fully transition on to our Centennial Securities pregame show and get you ready for the girls' contest. West Ottawa and Grandville, the 10-4 Panthers, and the 4-10 Bulldogs here tonight from Vanderslice.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Everyone, welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you here on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Chandler Tim will join me a little bit later on this evening, as usual, for the boys' contest. Getting ready for the girls to start off our evening, though, here on MGN. Also for the boys' contest, the fine folks and students over at the Grandville AV program. We once again will have their video feed for that contest, and they start up their stream. So we'll have a little bit even further enhanced video coverage of the boys' contest to close the evening here from Grandville, as we got warm-ups underway for Coach Chapman and Coach Van Hecken's squad right here. Paul Chapman and the Panthers 10-4 on the year, and absolutely one of the best defensive teams, I think, bar none, in the area this year. Big part of why their record is right there. They score 53 points per game on the year, kind of a slower, more methodical pace, led by Gabby Reynolds, who scores in the mid-20s plus in a lot of contests per game. They give up just shy of 40, 39.9 points per game on the year. So it's a slow, it's a methodical pace, and they are able to do a lot of things. Last time these two teams faced off, the Bulldogs in particular started to struggle with a lot of the full court trapping and pressure that the Panthers were able to bring. And it's not necessarily a full court press and a full court trap looking to speed the game up and create havoc in that way. It a lot of times slows the game down, forces turnovers, allows for West Ottawa to even more methodically control their offense all around Gabby Reynolds, who right now getting some shots up in the right wing, certainly leads every element of this attack. A 1,500-point scorer now in her career after she came up with 30 in the upset win, the big win over East Kentwood last time out on Friday night. George Washington University, where she committed to, and I think if you are looking at favorites and at real opportunities for Miss Basketball to come out of West Michigan this year, Gabby Reynolds certainly deserves every bit of recognition possible for that award for the Panthers' leading senior. For Grandville, now 4-10 in the year, and head coach Mike Van Hecken in his first season starting to get a little bit more footing, I would have to say, with his team over the past couple of weeks, and in particular last week. The Bulldogs going 2-1 during the weekly wins over Matawan, and Jenison dropped one last time out on Saturday by 13 to one of perennially the best teams in West Michigan, East Grand Rapids, in that program there. But the Bulldogs starting to find a little bit of a groove with a couple of those wins in a row, now 4-10 on the season, 2 wins in the OK Red. We had a look at those standings a little bit earlier on, and we can take another look back at the standings right here, but the Bulldogs sitting now at 2-6 and 6th overall in the conference, and still a chance to try to make up some ground. Hudsonville has got to play East Kentwood twice right ahead. Grandville played a really close game. They nearly beat Hudsonville for the first time in a very long time at Hudsonville a couple of Friday nights ago, so a really good opportunity for Grandville to keep moving up in this first-year program, really through the defensive end of the floor first, starting to look, I think, a little bit more like what Coach Van Hecken will be expecting out of his team going down the stretch run, and Grace Irakowski certainly has been the leader for Grandville and just about all elements of that of their attack. Hudsonville, Irakowski had 14 points and 6 rebounds had 8 points and 6 rebounds for the Bulldogs. And that one, the main thing that stands out from the Hudsonville game, even though that was a loss and then a couple of wins after for Grandville, is they got some scoring going throughout the lineup that they really needed, in particular some shooting in the last couple of weeks. Grace Richardson had 14 points against Hudsonville. Tessa Gregoire had 13 points to go along with 8 boards and 5 steals a couple of games ago against Hudsonville. So Grandville's offense starting to roll. If they're able to hit some shots more continuously and consistently from deep, I think that certainly is going to put the Bulldogs in a lot better position to be able to highlight some of their defensive and some of their zone looks and some really good things they've been doing on their own end of the floor, and turn that potentially into more of positive results on the scoreboard as well down the stretch run of the year in the always incredibly difficult to compete in OK Red. Grandville scoring 40.4 points per game on the season. They give up 51.2, so kind of a flip, these two teams, in terms of the points for, points against on the season. But it brings to a point, I think we always talk a lot about pace, and it's one of the great things about high school basketball is you always wind up seeing teams that have a lot of different ways that they want to try to control the pace and try to play things, especially in girls basketball. Some teams like to be up-tempo. Some teams like to bring chaos, like East Kentwood, like even Rockford does some with their defensive approach, while these two teams like to be slower. They like to go to either 2-2-1, 1-2-2. I think you'll see some 1-3-1, even full-court trap out of West Ottawa, but they're looking to trap to slow things down, to create some havoc, create some steals in that way, and then turn it into a methodical offensive approach. I think this is a game that it probably turns into a race first to 50, maybe even a race first to 40. If Grandville plays the game they want, that's what you think. Now, I say that, but you think back to the Hudsonville game that Grandville fell by just a score in. That was a game where both teams nearly scored 60. So, maybe that isn't quite the case. We know Grace Irakowski plays very well, the Walsh University commit, when she's playing with a little bit more tempo and a little bit more pace in her game for certain. So something to keep in mind, I would say, though. Expect defense, expect a slower pace, expect a little bit more grinding type of game this evening here at Vanderslice Gymnasium. We're going to step aside, take another break. When we come back, we've got a lot more to get to here from Vanderslice.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
MGN, here's the drive. I am Chandler 2.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan Game Night, Tailgate Report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30 we're on the air for that. Goodbye.
You like cartoons? This has our logo on the front, on the back. The Bulldogs, the biggest games, the best teams. That's our tagline because we do all of that, even though it makes some people mad.
So I'm glad to see that after Tuckus came and went, that. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
That things are that things are still on track there. God. Jennison. Things that stand out. Davison is going to kick everyone's. Bleep that. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And he has returned. He's still on the beach. We've been bugging him about it all week long, but Chandler Timmer joins me here on the Bates Agency pregame show. CT, you seem to be doing better than the rest of us.
Yeah, I know it's pretty nice down here. I kind of like covering basketball this way.
I'm sure you do.
Continue looking at this moving forward.
I can't blame you one bit. All right.
Let's talk a little bit more about Forest Hill Central because when you... Waylon Haney just hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the game. At the buzzer, the JV game. Grandville wins 55-52.
Yeah, rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz orthodontic smile of the game. Grown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back. Do you have any comments on the Trolls?
No. I mean, I'm with you.
You're friends with the Trolls? You are a troll?
Well, I have troll tendencies potentially when it comes to egging you on, I guess. But
your flight's at 5, or your?
Yeah, the flight out of Panama City is like at 5, and we don't get home till like midnight. So
that sucks. So you're actually, that was a lie. You're not going to be tuning in.
Yeah, no. If I'm at the airport at that time, I will be. But I'm likely missing most of it.
Okay.
We are Centennial Securities,
An independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to MHSAA Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you here. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Getting a little bit closer to tip-off of our doubleheader this evening on MGN, and getting a little bit closer to the girls' contest that starts us off. Now you can actually see me. I don't think you did see me last segment when I thought I was on camera. This is our Centennial Securities pregame show. We are getting like I said, that much closer to tip-off. The depth battle in this one, of course, is one that we've watched throughout the last couple of years. I mean, this West Ottawa team returning all 5 starters from their team a year ago for head coach Paul Chapman, who, both boys and girls basketball, one of the most respected names in coaching in West Michigan. Has been doing it at West Ottawa, in particular, on a couple different stints for a very long time. Talked all about Gabby Reynolds on the top, but the senior duo of Chelsea Overbeek, Brooke Pedersen, they each have spent 3-4 years up on the varsity squad as well. Terrific shooters. Pedersen stretching the floor as more of a 4, and then Overbeek as a really, really solid scoring a 2-guard and wing. Overbeek 15 points, 5 rebounds in the last contest in that win over East Kentwood. So Overbeek certainly showed her ability right there. You can look at Magali Lemus as well in the paint, the 6'1 junior, 7 points, but 15 rebounds for Lemus against Kentwood, against a team in the Falcons that have got some really, really good rebounders and defensive players inside. We certainly saw that when the Bulldogs took on East Kentwood a couple weeks ago right here on MGN. So, a West Ottawa team that's hitting their stride for Grandville. It's been a lot of different defensive looks and lineup looks, I should say, for Coach Van Hecken's team. Rakowski, of course, starting things out. Talked about Gregor and Richardson playing so well over the last couple of weeks. Meade DeVries inside has been a consistent post-scoring threat for Grandville. But, you look at Dowett, Perez have kind of been each swapping, sometimes 6-man sort of role, sometimes starting between the two of them. Mix Richardson into that as well. There's a lot of depth right now for Grandville in the backcourt in particular, and on the wing that they've been mixing up that rotation, trying to find the best mix down this stretch run, and certainly it's turned to a couple more wins over the last couple of weeks for Grandville as Coach Van Hecken's team has found a little bit more of that stride. 4 minutes till tip-off in this one of what is, of course, a packed night here on MGN, and we thank Centennial Securities and Farmers Insurance for helping us bring that coverage. Boys game later on tonight will come after the Teacher Appreciation Night festivities that are going on at Grandville. As I mentioned, expecting a pretty packed crowd, at least for a Tuesday night, especially in that regard here tonight at Grandville, as the Bulldogs are looking for a sweep on the boys' side, looking to earn a season split on the girls' side. Of course, a little bit of history between these two teams. Grandville ended, shockingly, the West Ottawa season last year in the playoffs. So the Grandville girls got a real statement win in that one. We'll be looking to bring that sort of performance back out this evening here and mix things up even that much more in the OK Red, which West Ottawa certainly did their fair share of shaking up on Friday night as they handed East Kentwood their first loss of the year within the OK Red, and open things up for even more intrigue with Rockford, who we will be seeing Friday on Michigan Game Night. We haven't even gotten to tonight's games, and already looking forward and previewing that coming up on Friday evening as Grandville will be taking on Rockford right here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. The boys start things out. The girls will follow as typical on Friday night, and boy, that could be really interesting, especially if Grand Haven, they obviously come in as the underdog, but if the Grand Haven boys pull off the upset on that side of things to hand the first loss in conference play to Rockford, if Grandville picks up the win, and potentially that game could be for a top spot or the jockeying for a top spot to even everyone at the top of the conference with East Kentwood mixing in there as well. That could just create that much more of a mess. But it is the rivalry. We have coverage of both games on Friday here from Vanderslice Gymnasium as Grandville and Rockford take on each other as the Bulldogs are looking for a bit of revenge on both sides, both the boys and the girls, from the last time they played, as they've got to take on the two teams from the same program that are each atop the OK Red right now on both the boys and the girls' side in Rockford. Less than 2 minutes to tip off, or at least to the anthem. We will send it on down for the anthem and for the starting lineups in just a moment to get those to you. Expected starting lineup for West Ottawa. Gabby Reynolds has been starting really all year, and again, this is kind of the expected look that they've been bringing out now for a few seasons. Gabby Reynolds starts in the backcourt along with Chelsea Overbeek. They've been going Addie Skolton, the junior, on the wing. They also have got Anaya Payne that they're willing to go to on the wing as well, and then Brooke Pedersen and Magali Lemus up front for West Ottawa. The Bulldogs will have Rakowski in the backcourt. We know they'll likely see again Gregor on the wing, DeVries up front, but it's been the backcourt that we'll kind of be finding out when everyone else does during our warm-ups as Dowett and Richardson Perez have all swapped in and out for the remaining 2 spots between the 3 of them within the Grandville starting lineups. Warm-ups wrapped up for the Bulldogs as Coach Van Hacken gets the final word in before we will get you down for our national anthem, and we'll get you the starting lineups right after. We'll send it on down to the public address in just a moment. Thanks as always to Centennial Securities for presenting our pregame show. We'll hear from them more with our postgame show later on. And we'll have Farmers Insurance on deck for the halftime show and awards coming up down the stretch run in this one. Grandville, West Ottawa, doubleheader from Vanderslice Gymnasium on a Tuesday. Packed night of action on Michigan Sports Radio and also right here if you're also tuned in through the Michigan Game Night YouTube page. All right, let's send it on down to the public address. I think Grandville head football coach Eric Stiegel's on the PA again tonight. He can take us away in about 10 seconds. We'll get an anthem. We'll get your starters. We'll get your basketball. Right back here on Game Night.
Between the Panthers of West Ottawa High School and your Grandville Bulldogs. At this time, I would like to invite everybody to stand as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
There you have it. There's starters. Dallett will start in the backcourt alongside Rakowski and Perez for the Bulldogs. Greger on the wing, DeVries up front. West Ottawa starts Reynolds in the backcourt alongside Overbeek. They do have the junior Avery Van Dellen starting at a third guard. And up front is Brooke Pedersen and Magali Lemus. We are ready to go from Vanderslice Gymnasium this evening. 8 minutes up on the board. Doubleheader tonight on MGN, and can't wait to get underway. Lemus will jump with DeVries. Panthers swing it back. And Reynolds will start the control. Reynolds wearing number 1 this evening instead of her typical number 3. Up top, starting with it, here's Vanderslice. Swings to the wing for Overbeek. Reynolds tries her first 3 of the evening off the mark, and DeVries rips down the rebound. West Ottawa off the miss will start up half court defensively right here. Reynolds will come out to meet Gracie Rakowski, probably your top matchup between those two senior guards and longtime 4-year starting senior guards. Swung on for Perez. Off the drive. Panthers take it off with Overbeek. Reynolds to run the offense. First 40 seconds gone. Able to find Overbeek. Pedersen swinging for Vanderslice. Lemus off the mark, trying to hit Overbeek. Turnover and a couple of defensive stops early for Coach Van Hecken's squad. And West Ottawa will bring a little bit of three-quarter court pressure out right here, is shadowing Rakowski into the front court for the inbound now. It's Reynolds. Rakowski tries to split. Stolen by Gabby Reynolds. Reynolds to the basket, able to clutch and able to score. West Ottawa takes their first lead as Gabby Reynolds puts the 2 down. Perez able to pull the pressure off as it backed off. DeVries. Dowd out of the corner, tries the quick pull-up 3 and splashes it down. Pure right down the hatch for Dowd. Grandville takes the 3-2 advantage here. Quick trigger on that one. Short corner Overbeek. Bulldogs will trap a bit of their own right here in the half court. Reynolds will size it up. Thought about the 3 before kicking on for Overbeek. Back to Reynolds, she'll try the deep 3. Rattle that one out, board last touch by DeVries. It will stay with the Panthers. 6:15 in the first. Grandville the lead. Allison Dowd knocking down the quick pull-up triggered triple. And Reynolds the tough finish on the other end. Here's Reynolds in the mid-range, leaning and unable to score over top of Gracie Rakowski. Perez is trapped in the backcourt. Harassed by Overbeek, able to find Dowd with it. Gregoire dumping DeVries. Rakowski off the drive. Able to find DeVries. Good effort to chase that one down. 2 minutes gone. 3-2 lead for Grandville. Methodical start as we probably expected to see in this one. Dowd off the drive. Finding Gracie Rakowski. Now Gregoire tries the turnaround triple. Runs to her own board. All alone. Dowd has all 5 of Grandville's points. And right away, Coach Chapman wants and will get a quick timeout. Great start for Dowd and great start for the Bulldogs. 5.5 to go. First quarter. Quick 30-second timeout. And attention, all golfers. You want to keep your game in shape? The leaderboard Indoor Golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The Leaderboard Indoor Golf is the perfect place to work on your game, host events and parties, and compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709 to book your tee time. Today, good start for the Bulldogs. They lead at 5-2 with 2.5 minutes or so gone here in this one, looking to pull off the upset as they host this evening, and the Dogs will show a bit of a 1-2-2 trap here. Reynolds will beat it, racing by Perez all the way to the basket, off the Euro. The floater's off the mark for Reynolds. Reynolds, the definition of a player that if she starts out slow, that one gets tipped out by Gregoire, but if she starts out slow, she certainly has an ability to stick with it on the offensive end of the floor and always finds her groove at some point in the basketball game. That's why, again, you're looking at a player that is on her way, the first ever girls basketball player for West Ottawa, committed to the D1 level and a Miss Basketball contender this year. Tough pull-up over top of Rakowski is off the mark, and Gracie will split the pressure back the other way. Rakowski will pull it off and feed for Perez. Rakowski will stare at it. Loose pressure there from Gabby Reynolds. Dowd tries another one. She has all 5 of the Bulldogs' points off the mark as Gregoire paddles it in. And Pedersen on the effort to snag that. Goes out. Dogs keep it. See if Grandville can stretch the lead here more. Each possession, slow start to this one as expected. Gregor in the lane, can't get the touch through the traffic. DeVries the rebound. Perez the three, right down the hatch. That one's good. Emma Perez splashes one down, and the Bulldogs lead by 6. Out of the reach of Lemus. Grandville takes it again. They force the turnover. A lot of energy flowing from the Grandville bench early on. They're looking to recreate some of their magic from the upset last year in the playoffs over the Panthers. West Outer right away is started in this game out of dead balls with the pressure on Rakowski. She'll split it here with Addie Skolton, who's off the bench running in at that attempt. Triple try, Gregor. Board to Reynolds, nearly poked from behind by Perez. Reynolds gets the screen set by Pedersen, goes around, floater in the lane, and a really fighting start offensively for Gabby Reynolds as the putback is also off the mark for Lemus, and the Bulldogs are off and running with Gracie Rakowski. No look, Dowett out of the corner, looking for another three, and hitting another three. A couple of triples already for Dowett. She's got 8 in the ball game, and Grandville's got an 11-2 lead. What a start for the Bulldogs against one of the top-ranked teams in the state. Reynolds. Curling and nearly has it stolen here with Overbeek. Back to Reynolds. Rocks it on Rakowski. Reynolds off the drive. Can't get the touch off the window. She'll get a second look at it. Can't score there either. Gabby Reynolds, some big struggles early offensively in this one. She's got the only 2 for West Ottawa. But almost every possession, she's missed one early, trying to force her way into a bit of a rhythm. Dowett to the corner for Gregor. Rakowski. Timeout, Coach Van Hecken. He'll take that to settle things down a little bit more. And a quick 30-second timeout is whistled in thanks to Centennial Securities, Farmers Insurance, presenting sponsors here at MGN. Nate Dreyer with you to open up the evening, and a hot start for the Bulldogs. 8 points for Allison Dowett, the Bulldogs senior. A couple of triples that she's knocked down. Emma Perez knocked one down from deep as well. As Coach Van Hecken goes to work right now, drawing some things up at the bench and looking to continue the hot start for the Bulldogs. West Ottawa 10-4 on the year. Grandville coming to this one at 4-10, so flip the record, but so far it's been a big advantage to Grandville offensively. A couple of different scores in particular, of course, led by Dowett, but the story has been the struggles for West Ottawa's Gabby Reynolds, who will stick out here right now out of the break. She's got the 2 for West Ottawa. That's all, as Rakowski is fouled for the first foul of the ball game. That one goes on Reynolds. It's her first and the first on the team. Rakowski missing Perez as things get working a little too quickly there between the Bulldog backcourt duo. Panthers will take back over, and again, it's a matter of time until Reynolds gets the offensive flow going, but you have to wonder if in order to get her going, we might see some other options offensively get established right here as Pedersen and Overbeek swing it between each other. Overbeek off the drive from the hip, able to get the rattle and score, and West Ottawa back on the board as Chelsea Overbeek, the senior, got the finish. And Overbeek has to score for this team to be effective as well. And the win over East Kentwood, she had 15 to go along with the 30 that Reynolds scored offensively. She's really the leading second option offensively, and they need that just a little bit extra push along with all that Reynolds does to open things up that much more for Reynolds. Off the drive, Perez is fouled, second of the quarter on the Panthers, as that one is going to get whistled on to Addie Skolton, the first on the junior wing of the game. You see Haight getting ready to throw it in here for the Bulldogs as she's made her first appearance out of that last timeout here in the ball game. Reaching for DeVries through the traffic, gets swatted. DeVries regathers, now loses it, and it will last go out off of the Bulldog junior. Perez will bring some token pressure here. Reynolds off the drive, reaching and scoring, and Gabby Reynolds is back on the score sheet. Grandville has seemed pretty confident or staying with the idea of forcing Reynolds, the right-handed dribbler, to the right side of the floor as she's taken it up. Every time the Bulldogs have kind of shown the defense that way, that's the way that Reynolds has driven. Of course, she's struggled a little bit offensively early on as well, so have to wonder if that's something that's just the way that the game's been dictated. As Gracie Rakowski off the bounce is able to get the Bulldogs back on the board, and Gracie gets on the score sheet for the first time. This time Reynolds, as I say that, attacks down the left side of the floor, on for Overbeek, saves her along the end line. Wrapping her up defensively is Haight. Pedersen for Reynolds to reset. Final 90 seconds, first quarter, 13-6. Very good start for Coach Van Hecken's squad. Skolton with 1:16. Coach Chapman barking out the calls, and his team taking their time to set it up. Out of the corner, Overbeek, a little bit of space, off the mark. As here comes Rakowski with 1:05. Getting coaching in from Coach Van Hecken. The Bulldogs may slow things down a little bit as well right here. Around the screen, Rakowski attacking straight to the basket. Rebound on to DeVries. And it will stay with Grandville as it gets deflected out by Overbeek. Dowett and Concannon will check in for the Bulldogs. DeVries, Perez each get a rest right here. Looks like Dingrang also will check in for the Bulldogs out of the break. Gregor out of the mid-range, loses it on the floor to Overbeek, and the held ball will stay with Grandville on the alternating possession. Now Grang will come in, and Gregor will get a rest for the last just under minute of this quarter. Bulldogs get some motion going as Brea Haight will look to throw in. Haight over the head of Concannon into the backcourt. Saved there by Rakowski along the end line. Rakowski tries the three. Off the mark. The hot shooting from Grandville can't quite continue into that possession as Rakowski chases it into the Panther bench. 38 seconds to go. Coach Chapman sets up the play. We'll get back underway. 13-6 Grandville, under 35 seconds to go here over the half-court line. Vandellen to run the offense. Reynolds right now camped out at the block. Will work across the floor as Overbeek drives. Reynolds off the Euro, gets the finish from the mid-range floater. 6 of the team's 8 for Reynolds. 2 more for Overbeek to throw in. 15 seconds to go. Rakowski and the Bulldogs throw on for a wide-open Dowett, who hits a third three of the frame. All the way down the floor. Lemus with 2 will go to the line for a couple. But 11 in the first quarter. Led by a trio of threes for the Bulldogs senior Allison Dowett. Red hot to start in this one. And Magali Lemus goes to the stripe. First foul of the ball game on Dowett is whistled right there. First foul of the game on the Bulldogs as well. Just 3 fouls in total between the two teams in the quarter as Lemus is able to knock down the first at the line and get on the score sheet. Lemus able to knock them both down at the line. 1.3. Panthers will bring out the defense from half court, heaving away. Rakowski, that'll do it for the first, but a very good start for Grandville. They lead the Panthers 16-10 after 1. We're going to step aside, be right back here.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again. It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors.
All right, welcome back here to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you on MGN on MSR 1610 Grandville. The girls up over West Ottawa at the break here. Very good start, led by Allison Dallett, the Grandville senior, with 11 on a trio of knockdown threes to lead the way for the Bulldogs. Gabby Reynolds, as she often and almost always does, leading the way for West Ottawa. She has 6, and she wears number 1 in the traveling black uniforms this evening and starts up the offensive attack for the Panthers to begin the second quarter. Vandellen out of the corner. Reynolds attacking and handing out. Swung for Overbeek. Reynolds turning against a trio of defenders. Late arriving, knocks it down in the lane, in rhythm. 8 points now of the team's 12 for Reynolds. Gregoire lobbing over, but travels first. Brooke Pedersen will check in for Lemus. A little bit smaller unit out right now for the Panthers, as the power forward Pedersen will take the inside offensively and defensively around really a group of 4 guards. Couple are guards slash small forwards out there for the Panthers, and is their senior point guard leading the way right now with Reynolds at the controls of the offense. First minute just about gone in the second quarter. Reynolds a long pull-up 2. Paddled away from behind. Last out off of Addie Skolton. Panthers full court man-to-man defense brought on. Rakowski, just 2 in the first quarter for the Bulldogs. She'll run the offense over the half-court line. Reynolds sticking with her. Certainly, as we mentioned back in the first quarter, the best matchup of the day, or one of the head matchups of the day to watch. Dallett. Haight. Lobbing back for Dallett. And she'll lose it away to Reynolds off the errant entry. Reynolds to the basket, swatted and fouled by Haight. Coach Van Hecken does not like the call, but it will send Gabby Reynolds to the stripe, as if she can knock them both down, she can get to double-digit scoring the contest. Reynolds converts the first. Of course, Reynolds, the ultra-rare 1,500-point scorer in high school basketball, achieved that feat last time out against East Kelwood, and still with about half the season or so to go, she certainly is well on her way to an even bigger number, as she now has 10 in this ball game. The Panthers back within a score. Brea Haight over for Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski splitting, driving, and going to the line. Good quick work from Gracie Rakowski to pick up the contact and go to the line. And that one gets whistled on Reynolds. That will be her second, and the first of the quarter on the Panthers. 1 on either team now in the second. So Reynolds picks up a second foul, as Rakowski's unable to knock down the first at the stripe. DeVries and Perez will come in along with Lemus for their respective sides. 6:19 to go in the first. Grandville has gotten 11 of their 14 from Allison Dallett on the strength of 3 threes. Rakowski uncharacteristically unable to hit either at the stripe there. Reynolds finding Pedersen in the lane, gets the touch and gets the ball game tied as Brooke Pedersen gets on the score sheet for the first time in the contest. 16 all with 2 minutes gone here in the second. Bulldogs have to settle things back down. It was a hot shooting start that got him here. Gregoire swinging away from Perez as that got tipped out into the Panther bench. Perez in the corner, locked up by Pedersen defensively. Quick pass, corner, Rakowski, 3, and that is pure. Gracie Rakowski, she's got 5. That was absolutely pure down the hatch, and the Bulldogs go back on top, spinning in the lane. A tough one from Gabby Reynolds to answer. She has 12. That's maybe her toughest one of the game. Perez. That one will stay with the Bulldog. And Coach Van Hecken is going to whistle in a timeout. We will take one as well. Be right.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
All right, just about back underway out of the Bulldog timeout. 19-18, Grandville, the advantage over 10-4 West Ottawa early in this one as Gabby Reynolds paddles that out of bounds. Reynolds now with 12, the leading scorer for either team, as she has passed the 11-point output from Allison Dowlett in the early going of this one. 11 for Allison coming back in the first quarter of play. Grandville offensively been quieted in the second. Corner, Gregor, 3. That's where the Bulldogs have been doing the bulk of their dirty work. They've knocked down 4 triples, and the held ball will stay with Grandville. Rakowski, Perez each with 1 from deep. Dowlett hit 1 more from triple as well for Grandville. Working her way closer to the halfway point of the quarter. Lobbed up top for Rakowski. She'll take it defensively, or matched up defensively against Vandellen. Gets the rattle, gets the roll. Gracie Rakowski up top, knocks it down. How about that touch from Gracie? She's got 8 in the ball game now. 22-18 Bulldogs. 5th triple of the game for the Dogs. Reynolds finding Lemus against a pair of Dogs, and the foul will get whistled on DeVries on the block and the contact there. Second foul of the quarter on Grandville, and the first, actually, they're going to whistle Gregor for her first, as Lemus will go to the stripe. First one falls short for the junior. Lemus was 2 of 2 on her first trip to the stripe. Now 2 of 4 in the ball game. Pedersen straight back on the rebound, paddled out to a running Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski from mid-range. Gregor off the mark. One more chance. DeVries fights it through the traffic. Board to Lemus. Reynolds on the run out. 3 good looks for Grandville, unable to knock any of them down on that trip. Skolton handing off for Overbeek. Reynolds will try it from the corner, got screened off and knocks that one down. Pure 1-point ball game as Gabby Reynolds has 15 now in the contest. Perez entry pass gets taken by Reynolds. Panthers running, looking for their first lead. And a foul on the floor on the Bulldogs' Perez, a call that Coach Van Hecken, as you can clearly see, is not a fan of. That'll be the third of the quarter on the Bulldogs. Reynolds for Overbeek, out of the corner. Board to DeVries. Bulldogs will take it anyway with Rakowski trapped up in the backcourt. Overbeek is there. Rakowski beats it on her own. Looking for Dowlett. Was able to get the ball free. Would have had Dowlett all alone, but off the mark, trying to find the senior on that connection. West Ottawa again will have a chance to take their first lead of the game. There's a little over 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. Grandville pulls out a half-court 2-3 zone right here. A little bit of a trapping look as Overbeek runs into it. And Overbeek steps on the end line. Good defense from Rakowski. Gets turned over. Bulldogs mixed up their defensive look nicely right there with a little bit of that trapping zone in the half court. They keep the lead for now. Here's Gracie Rakowski. She'll try another three. Panthers will take it last touched out by Gregor. Just past 3 to go. Second quarter, the first of our doubleheader here tonight at Vanderslice Gymnasium. Overbeek for Van Dellen. Bulldogs working out of the zone again here. They'll move on over, pressuring Reynolds. Reynolds dumping the lefty. Van Dellen down the hatch in West Ottawa. Has their first lead of the ball game with 2:35 in the half. Avery Van Dellen on the score sheet for the first time as well. DeVries to tie and does so. Quick answer right back from Mia DeVries. Nice passing sequence in the junior on the score sheet for the first time. Grandville with an answer right on back. Reynolds off the bounce and off the mark, trying to hit Overbeek. Grandville takes over again. Is pretty visibly frustrated. Gabby Reynolds right there off the bounce. Still has 15 in the ball game, but a slow start for Reynolds. Leading to a slow start for the team. Rakowski came over for a quick word with Coach Van Hecken. Now we'll start up the offense for the Bulldogs. Hard pass on for a driving Perez. Got cut off and travels as she ran in to Lemus, who was minding the paint. Addie Skolton back in for Coach Chapman. It will be Pedersen taking a seat here for the Panthers. Here's Overbeek. Working over, getting it back to the corner. Van Dellen just hit a three. That one off the backboard. And Perez will take it on the run out with 1:35 and less. Lemus, the poke from behind. A lot of contact there and no call. Panthers will take it out of it. Not been many fouls in general. Physical ball game. 3 in this quarter on Grandville, 1 on West Ottawa. It was 2-1 in the first quarter, with a couple of those going to the Panthers. Gabby Reynolds picked up by Emma Perez. Off the drive, Lemus. Lead goes back to West Ottawa off the nice passing sequence. First field goal of the game for Lemus. Dowlett for the lead. Perez races to the board. Rakowski, Perez. Hit a 3 in the first quarter, did Perez. Here's Rakowski marking out the spot for the screen, running the offense with 55 in the first half. 50 seconds here for Rakowski. Defense applied from Van Dellen. Rakowski across the floor with 40. Here's Perez with Overbeek watching. Now Dowlett. And a foul, second of the quarter on the Panthers on the grab there. That one goes on Van Dellen for her first. Brooke Pedersen back in for Coach Chapman as Van Dellen will take a seat off the foul. 32 seconds in the second quarter. Panthers lead by 2. They've come back, taking their first lead of the game late in this second quarter. As the Bulldogs really with some hot shooting from deep, 5-team three-pointers for the Bulldogs have controlled things in that way. Nice find on to Gregor from Rakowski. Reverse is swatted away. Reynolds is off and running. Gabby Reynolds weaving to the free throw line. Euro in the lane. That's a travel. Travel on Reynolds. Gathered into that hop, took what is the gather at a higher level of the sport. That's a travel at this level. It'll go back out with Rakowski and the Bulldogs with 9. Dogs trail by 2. Rakowski with 7. Rocking across the screen from Gregor with 3. Back to Gregor with some difficulties. Final second. And DeVries unable to get it up. We do go to the half, though. Just a 2-point game. Grandville, a really solid effort through the first half. Some hot shooting, some solid defense as well, as they were able to do a solid job of holding West Ottawa at bay in the first half. 26-24 at the break. West Ottawa by 2 over Grandville. Gabby Reynolds, 15, leading the way offensively with some good standout play on both ends, including Allison Dallett, who had 11. Gracie Rakowski also with 8 for the Bulldogs. We're going to step aside, be right back. Here's a lot more to get to on our Farmers Insurance halftime show, Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Vanderslice Gymnasium and the Farmers Insurance halftime show. 26-24, West Ottawa girls by 2 at the break. You see each of the boys' squads out and getting a bit of a shoot-around up right now at the break in the girls' contest. Let's take a look at some scoring, and then let's delve in a little bit to some of the highlight plays from the first half as well. On the West Ottawa side, Gabby Reynolds leading all scorers and leading the Panthers with 15 points. Overbeek and Pedersen each with 2 for the Panthers. Van Dellen with 3, and Lemus was the second leading scorer for West Ottawa with 4. Allison Dallett leads the way for the Bulldogs. She had 11 on the strength of 3 three-pointers as well. Gracie Rakowski next up for Grandville with 8. Emma Perez hit a 3. She has 3 in the half, and Mia DeVries had 2 for the Bulldogs as well, as they trail by 2 at the break in this. Let's take a look back to some highlight plays from the first half. Let's start with this tough one. And first off, it was a highlight shot from the Bulldogs. They were able to knock down, and that is pure. Gracie Rakowski, she's got 5. That was absolutely pure down the hatch, and the Bulldogs go back on top, spinning in the lane. A tough one from Gabby Reynolds to answer. Big part of the back and forth half that we had in that one. Let's take a look back now to the Bulldogs side of things. And how about Gracie Rakowski, who had this circus shot banked in three, one of 2 threes in the first half of play for Gracie Rakowski. Now for Grandville. Working our way closer to the halfway point of the quarter. Lobbed up top for Rakowski. She'll take it defensively, or matched up defensively against Vanderslice. Gets the rattle, gets the roll. Gracie Rakowski. So that's what it all adds up to at the break. 26-24. West Ottawa leading the tight one right here at the half over Granville. Granville led really a lot of the way back in that first half with probably their best shooting performance that we have seen out of the Bulldogs this season. You have to say Dowd, of course, doing a lot of that dirty work, leading the way. Gracie Rakowski great as well for the Bulldogs in the first half of this one. So West Ottawa up 2 at the break. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back here on our Centennial, or our Farmers Insurance halftime show. A lot more to get to as we work our way a little bit closer to the second half of this one. Packed night of doubleheader action here on.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff feature designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Vanderslice Gymnasium, second half on deck for our girls game here. First half of the doubleheader on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. 26-24, West Ottawa girls leading at the break on the strength of 15 from Gabby Reynolds. Allison Dowlett with 11 to lead the Bulldogs in a fun first half of play. And I can't wait to get the second underway here from Vanderslice Gym. Teacher appreciation festivities coming up in between the two games this evening. So good environment on deck as we've still got a lot more action here on MGN. Half of basketball here, and then everything else coming out after that as well. Grandville girls opened up the first half red hot. We'll look to do the same here to start the second half of play. Coach Chapman's team will break. Lineups that open the ball game will open the second half right here. As Reynolds, Overbeek, Pedersen, Van Dellen, and Lemus go out for Coach Chapman. The Bulldogs bring Dowlett, Rakowski, Perez, Gregoire, and DeVries. Dogs will work out a little bit of a shifting zone look right here as the Panthers try to find some movement on Overbeek. Now for Reynolds out of the corner. Reynolds jumping for Overbeek. Swung to Van Dellen. Gabby Reynolds. 15 and a half, but still kind of a slow scoring half for Reynolds. Missed a lot of shots early before finding her groove throughout the second quarter. 30 seconds off the clock on this possession. Reaching pass for Reynolds. Will get saved by the senior. Off the floor, Dowlett trying to rip it free. And a timeout will get awarded. To the Bulldogs. I don't know if Coach Van Hecken knew that timeout was getting called. I'll wait to find out for sure if it's been called or if it's going to be a jump ball whistled first. It would go to West Ottawa. We continue to wait to see what's going to get called. It looks like it's going to be Grandville basketball. So the alternating possession, I believe, so I getting an explanation at the table right now. Okay, so they're going to call an inadvertent whistle, and on that, Grandville, who had possession, will take possession of the basketball. So they'll get the offense rolling right here. Dowlett up top for DeVries. Perez off the curl. Good movement here from the Bulldogs on their first possession of the half. Rakowski had some space, shuffled the feet as she got a little bit crossed up between ideas, between the shot and the drive, and the Panthers will take it back over off the Rakowski turnover. Kind of a 1-3-1 type zone look Grandville bringing out of the half court. Reynolds over, all alone. Overbeek spins it down. 2-possession lead for West Ottawa. For the first time tonight, they go up by a couple of scores as Overbeek hits there. Dowlett Looking for another one right down the hatch. 4 3-pointers for Allison Dallett. And just like that, Grandville brings it back down to within 1. 14 now for Allison in the game. What a contest she's had. Deep one for Reynolds. Off the mark, and Grandville can take the lead back on this possession. Rakowski will start things up, feeding over for Gregor. Backdoor with a run to the basket. Off the mark. DeVries picks up the board. Rakowski off the jab, off the spin for the lead back. She'll go to the line. Good work from Gracie Rakowski, able to put Reynolds in the spin cycle, get the Panther senior behind, and Gabby Reynolds, importantly as well, picks up her 3rd whistle of the game on that one. So 3 fouls now on the Panther senior, first of the quarter on West Ottawa, and the game is tied. Rakowski now with 9 in the ball game. Van Dellen back to the bench as Skolton comes in with the 3 fouls. Reynolds will stay out there for the time being. Game stays tied at 28, 1 of 2 at the stripe for Gracie Rakowski. 9 in the ball game for Gracie. Here is Reynolds. Reynolds trying to find Lemus, and through the traffic. Corrected call will stay with West Ottawa. Pedersen lobbing for Reynolds. Reynolds from the stripe scores it. Really tough one from mid-range. That's oddly enough where Reynolds seems to be her most comfortable. Put a hand in her face at the line, leaning away like that, and she seems to be able to knock those down as if she's unguarded a lot of the times. Rakowski for the lead back. Rebound to Dowett, immediately trapped up. Off and running, Chelsea Overbeek. Reynolds with a 2-point lead. Out of the wing, push shot Overbeek, no. Lemus board fouled. First foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs. 5 minutes to go in the third. Remains a close one. Grandville sticking with it here. Pedersen lobbing for Reynolds. Back to Pedersen from mid-range out of the corner. Forced up shot, races for her own rebound. Grandville takes it. And again, Bulldogs, chance to tie or take the lead here. 4:54 to go in the third quarter. Perez. Dallett. Rakowski. Rakowski with 9 in the ball game. Throwing out of the trap for Perez. Perez bounding, swatted Reynolds onto Dallett. Dowett across, this time Reynolds able to cleanly pick it and steal it. Reynolds running to the basket, fouled from behind. And it will be a shooting foul, sending Gabby Reynolds back to the stripe. That one whistled on Perez for her second. Second of the quarter on the Bulldogs, 1 on West Ottawa. 4:22, Reynolds at the line. 17 in the ball game for Reynolds. Now with 18, as that one was pure. Reynolds, 5'9", senior, on her way to George Washington University next year. As I mentioned in the pregame show, the first ever girls basketball player from West Ottawa as she gets the follow off her miss to play Division I basketball. She's got 20 now in the ball game. Bit of a misstep right there for Grandville. Certainly cannot give away points against the Panthers. It's going to be at a premium down the stretch. Bulldogs probably looking at a game where going north of 40 going to be difficult for them. They've been able to match it defensively throughout a lot of the contest. Kickball here as Rakowski maybe didn't want that kickball. She knocks down the open three out of it in the corner anyway. Brea Haight will check in for Dallett. 3:54. 5-point lead for West Ottawa is their largest of the game. Rakowski driving from the corner, putting back DeVries. Reynolds will take it out of the scrum, pushing. Overbeek. No, Reynolds gets tangled with Overbeek on the fight for the ball, and Grandville will take it out of there. 3:40 to go, third quarter. Physical basketball game. Not a ton of fouls called in either direction. You saw it on the back and forth down the floor there. Hates passes. Tipped by Reynolds. And we'll stay with Haight, the Bulldogs. Perez to the corner, gets picked up here by Pedersen. Drops it for Gregoire. Gregoire trying to force feed DeVries. That one too hot to handle. And Reynolds will reset things offensively off the Lemus rebound. 3:10 to go, third quarter. And largest lead of the game for the Panthers here. Dogs working out of the zone defensively. Pedersen. In the corner with space there with Skolden. Now Reynolds up top. And a timeout from Coach Chapman as he wants to talk about that slow developing offensive possession. We're going to step aside. Be right back here from Vanderslice Gym.
The 76 Diner and Truck Stop would like to invite you and your families to come and check out their diner. With locations in both Byron Center and Coopersville, they're a great place to stop before or after the game. They have a wide variety of menu choices to feed all the kids. They serve breakfast hot all day, and they're able to accommodate all of your large group needs. Their full menu is available for takeout orders, and they have online ordering at 76truckstopdiner.com.
Inside 3 minutes to go in the third here from Vanderslice Gym. Welcome back to game night. 5-point lead for the Panthers. They have it out of Coach Chapman's timeout. Trapped up here is Reynolds. Pedersen at the stripe, off the mark. Kincannon chasing the board onto a racing Rakowski. Rakowski with 9 in the ball game. Curls in the corner. Backdoor, Haight, nice move, blocked by Lemus on the reach. Haight will keep the possession for Gregoire. And Gregoire's pass is short and picked off by Overbeek. Reynolds off and running all the way to the cup and getting the 2. Defense and offense for the Panthers, as they so often do. 22 now in the ball game for Gabby Reynolds. Couple of missed opportunities and turned over opportunities for Grandville in this third quarter, where they've had some offense that they've thrown away. It's turned into offense for West Ottawa and been the difference. Deep one, Rakowski falls short. Reverse layup. Gregoire gets the rattle. Good follow from Tessa. Gregoire on the score sheet for the first time. Grandville back within 5. Final 90 seconds of the third. Overbeek for Reynolds. Reynolds around the screen, off the drive, and a foul. We get whistled on Emma Perez. That'll be the third on Perez and the third of the Bulldogs of the quarter. Maya Madden will check in for the first time tonight, as Haight will take a seat. Overbeek dishing in from the corner, and Lemus will go to the strike. Nice find from the senior. And the Panther junior post, 4 points in the game for Lemus. Back at the stripe here. That's the second foul whistled on Tessa Gregoire. And Lemus now 2 of 5 at the stripe after making her first 2 back in the first half, has missed 3 in a row at the line. Able to convert the second pure, and the Panthers up 6, 5 points now for Lemus in the ball game. Rakowski. Dogs need a little bit of that shooting from the first half back. Madden maybe getting away with a travel right there, working the pivot foot. On for Rakowski in the lane. That's a tough one from Gracie Rakowski. 11 for the Bulldogs senior. Overbeek, 3. Grandville will take it again, down 4. 34 seconds to go in the third. Dogs doing all they can to hang around. Final 30 seconds. Here comes Reynolds to apply some pressure on Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski with 20. Coach Van Hecken helping set up the offense here on his side of the floor. Marking things out for his senior. Here comes Reynolds with 11. Rakowski around the Gregoire screen with 8. Rakowski stepping back into the 3. Off the connector. Board, Gregoire poked out. Reynolds final second. Wow. They'll call a foul on the shot from half court, the heave. I wondered if the shot even got off in time. And that's a big mistake as that foul gets whistled. Coach Van Hecken disagrees with it. It's on Concannon, and it will send Reynolds to the line. A critical call in a critical moment, and Reynolds misses the first. Wow. That was surprising, I think, to me personally on multiple fronts, as she's able to hit the second. You can see some agreement in terms of some of those sentiments continuing on here from Coach Van Hecken. He gets his final piece in, and Reynolds goes 2 of 3 at the stripe. As Reynolds now sitting with 24, and that'll do it for the third quarter. We're going to step aside. You're
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
All right, fourth quarter on deck here from Vanderslice Gym. Big moment right at the end. A shooting foul on a half-court heave from Gabby Reynolds gets whistled. And Reynolds goes 2 of 3 at the stripe and extends the advantage back to a full 6 for West Ottawa as we go to the final frame. But the Bulldogs continuing to try to put the Panthers on upset watch, as they did in the playoffs last year with one of those shocking results of the year, I think, in West Side girls basketball. The Panthers will take it out of the break. Grandville has Kennedy O'Leary out there for the first time, a part of their on-the-floor unit. Rakowski. DeVries. Rakowski again. Is Grandville basketball obviously come out of the break here. Gregoire. DeVries and back. And some miscommunication between DeVries and Rakowski will turn that one over. Final 7.5. Reynolds rocking up top with it. Overbeek out of the corner, off the drive, and a travel. Turnover gets forced there. Rakowski will get set to go to work, trailing by 6 here. Gregor swings for Dallett. 4 3-pointers made in the ball game from Dallett, 3 of which coming back in the first half. She'll have it again here. Rakowski off the swing. Rakowski lobbing, entry pass denied by Pedersen. She got tangled up, and Grandville will keep it in the corner. A little over a minute gone in the final frame. Dallett to trigger. All the way up top for O'Leary. Rakowski, watched by Reynolds here. Gregor has it poked, and it's stolen away. Turnover from Grandville. Reynolds got caught up. That nearly could have been a travel as well. Panthers will start up here with Gabby Reynolds. Reynolds, corner, 3. That's a big one. 3-score game as Reynolds is pure on that one. .27 in the ball game for Reynolds, and Gracie Rakowski draws the contact and goes to the stripe on the other side. This one will get whistled on Chelsea Overbeek for her first, and the first of the quarter on either squad. Rakowski at the stripe. It will hit the first. .12 now for Gracie in the game. Perez comes back in here for O'Leary. So Rakowski able to hit them both at the line. Grandville immediately calls a timeout as well. We will do so as well.
Was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, getting back underway. 41-34. Reynolds against the pressure on for Chelsea Overbeek. Overbeek to the basket, no. Board to DeVries. DeVries gets fouled by Overbeek. Coach Chapman not thrilled with his senior picking up her second foul of the game there. Rakowski for Dallett. Locked up by Overbeek. Perez. Gregor with space. 3. Can't get that one. Pedersen locked up. Rakowski got a hand on Reynolds' dribble there. Gabby will set it up. 27 points in the ball game for Gabby Reynolds. She'll slow it down with 5.5 to go. Get the signals barked in here from Coach Chapman. Coach Van Hecken will control his defense all the same as they bring the trap out. Skolton for Reynolds with 5:20. Reynolds around the Skolton screen. Lobbing Lemus. Taken away by Dallett. And then Reynolds takes it right back away out of that. Dallett is incredulous at the no call that she took down low that forced that ball to go back the other way. And the Panthers have it, and they work out of a 1-3-1 trap here or the Bulldogs have, and the Panthers work out of a 1-3-1 trap here in the half court. Dallett out of the corner, looking to answer the 3. Got it! 5th triple of the game for Allison Dallett. What a game. She's got 17. And off the drive, a foul whistled on the floor. We'll get put on Perez. Fourth on Emma Perez. First to the quarter on the Bulldogs. Reynolds turning, stripped away, taken by Rakowski. Rakowski on the run out. Popping in the lane, scoring, defense and offense, Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski with 15 of her own. Grandville back within 4. Reynolds nearly has her pocket picked by Dallett. Coach Chapman not happy as he'll burn a timeout to settle things down. Grandville back within 4. We're going to step aside. Be right back here from Vanderslice Gym.
Hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Experts.
All right, Vanderslice Gymnasium, welcome back to MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Grandville sticking in it down the stretch. Big moment just a moment ago from Gracie Rakowski as she turned defense into offense, and the Bulldogs get back within a couple of scores. 43-39 as the 10-4 Panthers trying to hang on against the 4-10 Bulldogs right here, who have been playing some really good basketball. A couple of wins last week for Grandville, trying to see if they can go 3 of their last 4. Now also, a few teams are playing as well as what West Ottawa has been, including that win over East Kentwood last time out, but that is the volatility and the top-to-bottom strength of the OK Red. Lemus is fouled. That'll be the second on the Bulldogs. It is on the floor, as that gets whistled on Dallett for her second. Haight will come in late for the Bulldogs as Perez, who's working with 4 fouls, will take a seat. Reynolds back into the rack and going to the line as Rakowski got caught up awkwardly on that play as well. And Rakowski will have to get some attention as she is going to be slow to get back up after that play. An awkward sequence right there, and Rakowski under her own power and quite a bit of discomfort will come off the floor. So with that, it is Reynolds at the line. That's the first foul whistled on Rakowski in the ballgame. Reynolds pure with the first one, and that is 30 in the ballgame for Gabby Reynolds. Make it 31. She's pure on them both. 31 for Reynolds. And the Panther lead stretches back to 6. Bulldogs have been able to get it inside that mark a couple of times, but now without Gracie Rakowski. Gregor into some space, off the curl. Board to Reynolds on the run out. 3.5 to go. Behind the defense, and the 2 is off the mark for Skolton. Rebound goes off Olemus. Coach Chapman not happy with the execution there. Bulldogs will have it. Rakowski back in. So short absence for Gracie. Dallett reaching for Rakowski, tipped out by Reynolds. 3:20 to go. Dogs again just trying to get a little bit closer, potentially to get that game into a one-score game if possible on this possession. DeVries will hand off on the curl for Rukowski. Stared at the basket and thought about it over top of Reynolds. Now here's Dowett. Dowett out of the corner, off the drive, and a timeout whistled to the Grandville bench before the drive. Just one remaining after that for Coach Van Hecken. We'll stay with you through this break. 3:08 to go. Grandville looking to pull the upset, continue to roll with a bit of momentum that they've had here. Coach Van Hecken and Coach Chapman each getting their calls in right here. All right, we'll break. We'll get back underway. Big possession for the Grandville offense, 3 minutes remaining. Dowett looking for the inbound lane, and the 5-second violation gets whistled first. So out of the timeout, the Bulldogs turn it over, and now they'll have to bring out some full court defense, and the urgency of this ball game getting picked up a little bit. 2-2-1 trap for the Bulldogs. Reynolds over for Patterson. Reynolds with 3 minutes to go. Overby paddled away by Dowett, stays with the Panthers. West Ottawa looking to go to 11-4 in the year, go 5-3 in the OK Red, which has become a little bit more of a tangled web at the top after it was the Panthers picking up that upset win against East Kentwood in their last game out to hand the Falcons their first loss of the conference season. Foul here on the Bulldogs will be the fourth on the team, so the Panthers one away from some free throws right here as that one will get whistled on Dowett for her third of the ball game. Patterson ripping away inside, poked by DeVries. And on the rollout, jump ball will get whistled and will stay with West Ottawa. 2:50 to go. Possession arrow now flips back to Grandville's side if they're able to force another tie-up. Patterson peering for the inbound. Patterson lobbing, and a timeout called by Coach Chapman before there was about to be another 5-second violation, and now both coaches only have one timeout apiece for the final 2:50. Got to wonder at what point in time now, we talk often about the style of play that West Ottawa brings to the ball game and how they are able to go slow. They're able to run the offense through Gabby Reynolds and do a lot of those kind of things. And you have to wonder at what point in time is their ability to pass the ball, to keep it away from the trapping pressure of the Bulldogs, and become that much more critical down the stretch run, as they certainly will be trying to kill some clock. Still 2:50 to go, still plenty of time, and a 6-point advantage for West Ottawa. Well, it's been a back-and-forth game. Grandville went up big in the first quarter. The Panthers brought it back in the second to lead by 2 at the break, and we've been back and forth down the second half stretch with West Ottawa just opening up what's pretty consistently been a 4 to 6 point lead throughout the latter 2 frames of play. Inbound, Lemus fouled by Dowett from behind as they don't want to give up the easy basket, and that will send Lemus to the line for a couple as the Panthers are into their bonus. Fourth foul on Dallett. So the Bulldog leading scorer finding a bit of foul trouble here as well. Lemus has struggled some at the line, unable to hit that. We'll have one more coming. And converts it. So 1 of 2 again at the stripe that time for Lemus, and a big one as she gets to 6 points in the game and stretches it to a 3-possession lead. Rakowski for DeVries, inside, nice find, nice finish. Rakowski finding DeVries. DeVries now with 4 in the ball game. The lead is 5. Reynolds splitting the defense. Reynolds to the basket, rolls out. Board Rakowski with 2:15. Rakowski on the run. Lead is 5 for the Panthers. Rakowski for Dallett. Swinging to the corner for Perez, and she gets fouled by the reaching hip from Overbeek. 4th foul of the quarter on the Panthers, so now Grandville will be working on some foul shooting. Check that, that's the 3rd of the quarter on the Panthers and the 3rd on Overbeek. 2:07, final quarter. Dallett looking for the inbound. Nearly dealt with another 5-second call. Swung to the corner. Rakowski, big 3, rolls out. Board to DeVries. Possession continues. And DeVries is fouled. She gets to the Bulldogs, now 1 away from going to the strike. 4th foul of the quarter on the Panthers. That gets whistled on Overbeek for her 4th. 1:59 in the ball game. Panthers by 5. Dogs looking for the upset here to open their night. Rakowski. 15 for Gracie, 17 for Dallett, the leading duo in the backcourt for the Bulldogs. Rakowski, nice find to DeVries, and DeVries will go to the line as Grandville draws 3 straight fouls on that possession.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number 1 personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
We'll start up here with Gabby Reynolds. Reynolds, corner, 3. That's a big one. 3 score. All right, audio back and working, it looks like, at the end of the game. Sorry about that, everyone. Had a slight technical difficulty, able to work through, get that figured out. We'll keep taking a look here at some of our highlights from the end of things, and we go here to the Dallett 3, which is her 5th of the ball game. Work out of a 1-3-1 trap here or the Bulldogs have, and the Panthers work out of a 1-3-1 trap here in the half court. Dallett out of the corner, looking to answer the 3. Got it! 5th triple of the game for Allison Dallett. And we wrap it up and we move on to our Farmers Insurance play of the game. And we go Gracie Rukowski, who turned defense into offense. One of the biggest plays of the second half of the Bulldogs' near comeback bid in this one. Reynolds turning, stripped away, taken by Rukowski. Rukowski on the run out. popping in the lane, scoring, defense and offense. All right, so good play there for our Farmers Insurance play. The game will go to Centennial Securities, winning game plan, best play call of the game, and this certainly was one that was dictated a lot by the coaching staffs down the stretch. You have to hand it to Coach Van Hecken and Coach Chapman both for some what they were able to do, flipping around their defense and changing things up. But I in particular think Coach Chapman, he went to a little bit of a 1-3-1 trap at the end. They're able to force a couple of turnovers and suffocate some late opportunities for Grandville to win. That is where our Centennial Securities winning game plan comes from. And lastly, the Rainbow Grill in Grandville presents our Player of the Game award. Gabby Reynolds had 33 points. There's not much else to say with the terrific play out of the senior. Obviously, a big shout out to Allison Dallett with a career best as she puts up 17 for the Bulldogs. But Reynolds with 33 leads the way for the Panthers, and West Ottawa picks up the first win of the night. With that, we're going to step aside. We're going to turn the broadcast back around, and when we see you again, we'll get back at it with our boys coverage, and we'll start previewing our second half of the doubleheader this evening. Don't go anywhere. Be right back here from Grandville.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
The winter postseason gets started soon. First up is action from the mats, and an exciting weekend coming up for high school girls with an eye towards leadership. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. The 26th MHSAA Women in Sports Leadership Conference is set for February 4th and 5th in Lansing. A couple of days after that, February 7th, is the 38th Annual National Girls and Women in Sports Day. Both events aim to inspire girls to play sports, as there are numerous benefits to being a part of a team. An increase in confidence, physical and mental strength, and character are just some of the benefits of participating. The MHSAA sponsors 15 sports for girls with more than 111,000 participants. Michigan ranks 9th nationally in the number of girls participating, and that number counts students for each sport played, meaning students who are multiple sport athletes are counted more than once. The most popular sports in Michigan continue to be outdoor track and field and volleyball, followed by basketball, cross country, and softball. Studies also show that more than 40% of female athletes play more than one sport. And when you break it down by class, a third of Class A athletes play more than one sport, with that number rising to 45% for Class B, 56% in Class C, and a whopping 62% in Class D. More information on the Women in Sports Leadership Conference and the number of participants in the state can be found at MHSAA.com. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Constantine wrestler Greg Reed. The 190-pounder won 4 matches at the Greater Berrien County Wrestling Invitational. 3 of those wins were in under a minute, and he helped Constantine capture the team title as well. Clarkston's Kyle Lynch netted 2 power play goals and a 6-1 win over M1 United. The victory gives Clarkston at least a share of the OAA Red title. And 2 1,000-point scorers to tell you about this week. Both Carson Viz of Grand Rapids South Christian and Donnie Yeager of Nouvelle went over 1,000 career points in basketball wins last week.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
A wrestling duel is tied after 14 matches. What happens? How is a winner determined? There are 17 possible criteria used to break ties, starting with advancing the team penalized the fewest number of team points for flagrant misconduct or unsportsmanlike conduct. The 17th and final tiebreaker, if needed, is a simple coin flip. But how often are these steps actually used? A regular season duel meet last week went to the 7th tiebreak. And in 2017 Division III Finals, Richmond beat Dundee for the state championship by going to the 8th step in the tiebreaker procedure. Richmond had scored more total first points and was crowned the winner.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. Now that you know how to deal with tiebreakers and wrestling duel matches, let's go over the wrestling postseason schedule. Team districts start on February 7th for Divisions 1 and 3 and February 8th for Divisions 2 and 4. It's the first winter sport postseason to get started, and team regionals are Tuesday, February 14th. Individual districts will start on February 10th. Regionals for boys will be on the 17th, and the girls will wrestle regionals one day later on the 18th. Team wrestling finals will be on the 23rd and 24th at Wings Event Center in Kalamazoo. And individual finals will be March 1st and 2nd from Ford Field in Detroit. The final round will be Saturday afternoon with all 5 championship mats, Divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, and the girls division, starting at about 3:45 p.m. Ticket information for all rounds can be found at MHSAA.com, as well as the latest brackets, locations, scores, and more. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner. DeYoung, another one! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores 2-1 Grandville.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here.
Bob's Ragnaris drives, jams thunderously with 2 hands again. Cam Ragnaris, he's got 10. Bobo skips the right corner to Watson. Touch and shoot 3. Splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9. 138 in the third, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it. Timeout, Covenant Christian. Welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium, and welcome to our Centennial Securities pregame show. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here on game night, Grandville in West Ottawa. The girls with a thriller to open up the evening. The Panther ladies able to hang on for their 11th win of the season. We now turn things around to the boys' side, where we get ready for a good battle. Grandville pretty convincingly able to win the first time around when these two went head-to-head, but you never know what happens. This has been a pretty good rivalry game on the gridiron, on the hardwood over the past couple of years. Not quite the same juice in the last few seasons in either arena, but of course, notably these two teams playing each other in a district championship game on this floor a couple of seasons ago. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer joining me with his balloon that he loves so much.
Yeah, love it.
As he's celebrating his 24th birthday.
Yes.
Again.
That sounds a lot better.
Again. An interesting one tonight here, though. This is a West Ottawa team that struggled down the stretch run of the year. They've now lost 5 in a row, 4-12 on the year for Coach Riddell. You know, they've been caught in between, I think, styles a little bit. Do they want to be a run-and-gun team? Do they want to go a little bit slower? In Grandville, they have not been stuck in between styles. They now have allowed sub-50 in 5 straight games. They've won 4 of those games. The only loss was to Grand Rapids Christian, who's probably the best team in West Michigan. They get to determine that Friday against Northview. You know, it's been Grandville playing as well as they have all year, and West Ottawa really trying to find their footing. You never know what happens. West Ottawa likely going to try to run again, but they've kind of been in between a lot of different lineups, a lot of different feelings.
Yeah, it's kind of two teams just on the whole going in different directions completely since these last teams played last time. And Grandville playing some of their best basketball, looking really good, racking up some wins in conference. That lone loss coming to Grand Rapids Christian. Played them really tight for West Ottawa. Close win against Jenison. Close loss against Grand Haven, but otherwise it's been a lot of pretty big losses for them. But still time in the season to try to turn things around if they can put together a strong second half of the OK Red. Bulldogs, of course, looking to keep the momentum going as the postseason gets closer and closer. And it just goes to show how difficult the OK Red really is in basketball. It's primarily thought of, I think, as a football conference, but it just goes to show how difficult it is in basketball too. I mean, Coach Riddell, a winner at East Grand Rapids. He went to the Breslin Center with North Point Christian and won year over year there. He's a West Ottawa grad. He's taking over a program that was fresh off a regional championship game appearance, and they've really struggled the last 2 years. So it just goes to show, A, how difficult it is to win the OK Red, but it also goes to show how impressive Desmond Young has been. And obviously coming off nearly beating his former team with the Grand Rapids Christian, they've rolled again. They have a chance to win tonight, win against Rockford, and really blow things up. You know, the upset win over Hudsonville, this is a Grandville team that they're playing about as well as they ever have under Coach Young, and that's saying something. Yeah, it sure is. I think you've seen the improvement each season that Coach Young has now been here, and this is the best his teams have probably looked at Grandville during his tenure, and playing some of their best basketball, going against some of the best teams we talked about in the area, playing them tight, winning against some conference foes and some rivals. I think this team looking really good, and he's got them in a pretty good spot to close this season out. All right, Grandville, West Ottawa here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. A lot more still to get to. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back on our Centennial Securities pregame show.
It was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Bullhouse rips it out. Here we go. Miles Steffen to run the first attack here. And a couple of points on that possession. Doesn't get it. Physical game early. Slow down. The game gets slopped up. And it winds up being an all-time classic. I expect nothing short of that tonight again. Yeah, I think so. Neves, corner, got one. And a timeout from Coach Vanderslice Gymnasium. Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's take a look. Best thing to say about it. Really fun contest. Bulldogs will get it out of the break right here with 53 seconds to go.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the
Going by DeYoung and the Bulldogs. DeYoung for Reagan Neris, free throw line. Turns the back, left wing, Wade, triple try, splash! What a couple of moments and possessions for the Bulldog freshman. Timeout from Coach Riddell. Unbelievable. Here for Reynolds, second free throw, the right hand overhead motion is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. wing Sorokin. Sorokin bounding into the lane. Left corner DeYoung. All alone. Triple splash right down the hatch. Absolutely pure for Jackson DeYoung. Grandville by 9. It is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. We'll go to highlights. We start in the first half with the Neves dunk and then a couple more that we'll follow that up with. He's all alone, drives the basket, jams it, and one! He's fouled through the dunk. Caden Neves finishing strong with the right hand, has a chance for one more.
You can feel confident.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Vanderslice Gymnasium, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. West Ottawa and Grandville getting ready to go. We have had a night of, what do they call, palindrome teams in terms of the record. We had 4-10 versus 10-4 earlier. Now we have 12-4 versus 4-2, 4-12. Here tonight, take a look at some of our talking points in this one. We mentioned off the top a little bit in the A block, the defensive dogs. Chandler, this Grandville team defensively, talked to Coach Young in the preseason. He said, you know what, I don't think this team, just the way we're built, more forwards, more shooting, more offense, we're a better shooting team than before, but we might not quite be where we were defensively in the past. Well, that has not been the case the last few games. They allowed 60 against Rockford. That's the only time they've allowed 60-plus on the year. They're giving up less than, now, about 46 a game. But since then, they allowed 51 against East Kentwood in that loss against a team that scored 70 a game. And then they have not allowed 50 points in the last 5 games, 4 of which have been wins. The only one that wasn't a win was Grand Rapids Christian. So this Grandville defense right now, for what maybe wasn't expected to be the strongest of their units, it's been pretty darn good.
Yeah, it sure has. And pretty soon after that preseason interview in one of the first games of the season, the defense actually looked pretty good, but they have gotten better, to Coach Young's credit. And then he's kind of starting to find the right mix and match of guys out on the floor at the right time. It's kind of all revolves around Cam Regneris in the post and his shot blocking ability, and then kind of builds it out from there. Even though they've got some more height and size than what they have in years past, still have tremendous on-ball defense from their guards. Got some size out there with Highborn Neves that can also really make it tough and contest some shots. And so the defense looks like it continues to improve as the season goes along.
They have so much size and length, but they're essentially still playing 2 guards, 2 wings, and then the center, the athletic Regneris. So even though they have a lot of size and forwards, they're very athletic forwards. With that said, West Ottawa got to stop the slide. 5-game losing streak. They score 54 points per game on the year. They're giving up 70. The defensive end of the floor, I mean, for years, when Coach Windemiller was here, the one thing you knew is you weren't going to be able to score probably 50 points on them with the pace and the style of game. It's been the defense where things similarly will need to be brought to attention for West Ottawa, but dissimilarly, they need to figure out some things defensively right now, whether it's pace, whether it's style, whether it's finding. They have the athletes defensively. They just haven't quite put those pieces together on their own end of the floor.
Yeah, they kind of find themselves in a couple-year identity crisis, and when you've got Coach Windemiller who was around and it was so clear what your style was going to be, and these guys coming through the program knew what they were anticipating when they got to the varsity level, and just a real grinded-out style of game, locking down on defense. And then you get a new coaching staff in, and yeah, now they kind of find themselves in between where some of your best players are guards that can get up and run the floor, but also when you're doing that, the defense has been giving up 70 points a game, and so you're allowing a lot of points on either end, so you're kind of caught between, are you trying to go slow, go fast? It's been a back and forth and trying to figure out exactly what speed they want to go at, and they're kind of still searching for it.
Mentioned the idea about the wings for Grandville, and we certainly will be watching the wings in this game. I mean, Highbor and Neves have been playing so well the last couple of games. For Grandville, of course, Highbor, the 22 points against Hudsonville. Neves has had some big games, 23 against Cal. Had a very big 9 points that were kind of bigger than his actual output against Grand Rapids Christian and so on and so forth. But West Ottawa has got some ability also on the wing and at their two-guard spot. Hudson Vellinga can shoot the basketball. John Beatson, maybe more of a point guard and a combo guard. Certainly he can lead the way. And then guys like Knapp and Behrens and Sitterlet and Reynolds all playing either starting or off the bench. The wing play and the athleticism from the wing for West Ottawa will be needing to try to match both the athleticism and the skill of Grandville on the wing, which is where they've really been leading things lately.
Yeah, I think, you look at the Panthers, and on the whole, they've got a decent amount of shooters on that team, whether it's at the guard or the wing position. They've got guys that can shoot it from beyond the arc, and I think they're going to have to do so effectively here in order to keep themselves in this one. They do have the ability to slash to the basket as well. Might be shut down a little bit due to the size that we talked about with the Bulldogs, but I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. Going to be the scoring from the guard and wing position for the Panthers, trying to match up against the Bulldogs.
Absolutely. A quick look at the standings once again in the OK Red right now, and everybody is still chasing Rockford. They have Grand Haven tonight, who's been an upset searching team lately, taking down Hudsonville in overtime on Friday night. East Kentwood a game back, Grandville a game back of that, and then the Hudsonville and Grand Havens after that. But the conference race is coming to a head. Rockford has a chance to really take a massive hold of things. East Kentwood still has 2 games against Hudsonville coming up down the stretch. All the contenders still have to play each other twice, and Grandville-Rockford Friday will be the first of those big meetings. Yeah, that's going to be a huge one. The Bulldogs down a couple games to Rockford right now, but a head-to-head win to split that series with them would be huge. Then you're just a game back and waiting for an upset to happen, which is still plenty of season left for something to happen. All right, absolutely. Thanks for tuning in to our Centennial Securities pregame show. Ready to rock and roll. We'll send it on down for the anthem in just a moment. And once again, we would like to thank the Grandville AV students for their help on the production as we're plugged into their cameras tonight. So we got a multi-cam production from those kids going on as you see that pop up, and we will have their coverage of the evening. National anthem on deck. Grandville, West Ottawa on deck. Panther girls able to hang on in the first one. We'll see if it's a split of the evening here on Grandville Teacher Appreciation Night. We'll send it on down to Grandville head football coach Eric Stiegel on the public address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Vanderslice Gymnasium for tonight's OK Red Boys Varsity Basketball Contest between the Panthers of West Ottawa High School and your Grandville Bulldogs. At this time, I would like to invite everybody to stand and honor the United States of America with the playing of the national anthem. A sophomore wearing number 11, Elijah Reynolds. A junior wearing number 12, Jake Garrett. And a junior wearing number 15, Connor Knapp. The Panthers are coached by Jared Burnell. And now let's meet the starting lineup for your Grandville Bulldogs. And the senior J.E. Jackson Jr. And the other freshman wearing number 3, Carter Wade. And forward, a junior wearing number 5, Caden Neves. And the other one, junior number 33, Colin Harcourt. And the man in the middle, wearing number 12, senior Cameron Willis. And our coach, Mike Desmond Young.
All right, we got the lineups ready to go. A little bit different look for West Ottawa for Coach Riddell in his second season. What they've been rolling out, but they've been mixing that lineup up so much down the stretch. Grandville, with the look that we've been seeing throughout conference play for Coach Young. As there's a discussion before we've even gotten underway with Coach Young and one of the officials. I do not know what that could quite be. My only question is, Elijah Reynolds is wearing number 11, and he on the roster, and he throughout the season has been wearing number 10. So I wonder if there's a bookkeeping issue. I'm a prophet. An administrative technical foul is administered to West Ottawa, and that is a little bit, I think, the course of the season for this team. I think Panthers fans would maybe say of some of the things that have gone maybe not their way, so to speak. So before we even get going, it's going to be Carter Wade going to the line off the technical foul that gets whistled on West Ottawa to start our evening. So Carter Wade at the stripe, and free throws start our night, and the freshman is off the mark with the first. Not many teams will send a freshman to the line as their technical free throw shooter, but that is the level of confidence and trust that Coach Young certainly has in this young man. All right, so the technical free throws don't matter, and we will get this game underway. Grandville will just get the possession off the start. Just like how we started games a couple years ago when we couldn't do tip-offs because that was unsafe. Over the timeline, Carter Wade. We're on fire to start the game tonight. Carter Wade up top, looking to roll around Makai Campos, the freshman. Left wing for DeYoung. Highbore, quick trigger, off the mark, and the board chased down by Elijah Reynolds. Off and running, Campos, their freshman. Wing, off the drive, Reynolds, the athletic freshman, blocked by Cam Regnaris. Wade's off and running now for the Bulldogs. Wade, no look, Neves corrects. Board paddled out and set up here with Connor Knapp. And the Panthers are running as there's an injury behind the play as Ben Beetham will get set to come in.
Yeah, Reynolds behind the play after meeting Neves at the basket or underneath. Looked like he had some tape on that right shoulder coming into the game, and right away was doubled over in pain, and right away the athletic trainer over there, and looks like maybe a previous injury flaring up a little bit, and he's going to have to come out of the game.
Yeah, so right away Elijah Reynolds, terrific athletic sophomore, big part of their football team as well, heads back towards the locker room, and Ben Beetham comes in his place. Knapp up top. Knapp off the spin and the stop. Here's Beetham. Vellinga, really good shooter for West Ottawa. Chandler Min, the pregame show, mentioned they were really close against West Ottawa. Vellinga had 15 or 14, I should say, in that contest. Handoff, Vellinga and West Ottawa is on the board first. They did very well early the last time these teams played as well, leading at the end of the first quarter even.
Yeah, good defense initially, and then just too much attention on the basketball there. Vellinga able to slip free, uncovered towards the basket.
Just an awkward start to this game between the technical, the injury, Both teams trying to get in a bit of a rhythm. Neves off the baseline drive. He steps out of bounds, and Grandville gives up possession again. Just not the kind of start that Coach Young, and you can see it, is going to be happy with his team.
Yeah, tough game to kind of get into, and you're seeing that from the Bulldogs right now after the couple missed free throws, now a couple offensive possessions where things just a little bit lackluster.
And a whistle on the floor will get called on DeYoung for the first foul of the game on the Bulldogs. 6:16 to go in the first. Vellinga off the drive versus Hybor. Whipping to the corner for Connor Knapp. Cut off by Regneris. An offensive foul goes on Knapp, and Grandville will take it back over. This is a very sloppy start to this ball game all around, and the Panthers will bring some full court pressure to try to up some of that slop right here.
Yeah, definitely the slop playing into the Panthers' favor. If they can keep the game at this style, they can probably keep themselves in and try to really frustrate the Bulldogs.
In the corner, Hybor looking to break the seal and can't get the rattle. Knapp chasing the rebound, and wow, it's going to get ruled to go last off Caden Neves. And the official decides to get the last word on Caden.
Yeah, it looked like Neves, I don't know how strongly he was speaking to the official there. It looked like he was maybe close to getting a technical early on. He didn't like the call, and I think the only argument there is there might have been an over-the-back call on Neves if that's the way they wanted to go. Probably should have just called that instead of out of bounds. Just did not look like Neves touched the basketball.
Here's Makai Campos, the talented freshman, handing off for Vellinga. Pulls up with a quick trigger and splashes that one down. That's a really nice in-rhythm jumper from Vellinga, 4-0 West Ottawa. He's got all 4 points in the ballgame.
Bulldogs still trying to find something offensively nearly 3 minutes in. Had a chance with those free throws before the clock started, but really haven't had a clean look. I wore a couple threes, tough rattle out, but still searching for their first points.
Wade paddles to the corner for Hybor now. Cam Regneris, who really hasn't gotten a touch yet in this game offensively, drives on Knapp and gets fouled on the floor. That'll be the second foul call on Knapp of the ball game, third on the Panthers in the corner. And I mean, West Ottawa, a little bit of an undersized team in general, and if you take out Reynolds as well, they're going to now check Grant Honeycutt in at 6'4" for Knapp. But if they're dealing with a little bit of the size disadvantage that they have, I think Grandville feeding number 12 is probably something they're going to look to go to offensively.
Yeah, I think that's the matchup they're going to try to find. Haven't been able to do so early on, but Regner's going to have the size and the experience down low.
Here is Cam, and he's got a big size mismatch. Bounding into the lane, turning and unable to score as Ben Beetham picks up the board. Campos swings for Vellinga. All 4 points in the ball game have been scored by Five in Black. Off the drive, Vellinga racing right to the rebound. Beetham tipped to the corner for Honeycutt. Garrett's first touch of the game. Campos. Makai Campos driving, blocked by DeYoung. Caden Neves off and running. Grandville still looking for the first points. Taken away by Vellinga. Taken back away by Hybor. Down low, Regneris. And Grandville gets on the score sheet with a thunderous applause and a thunderous jam.
The Bulldogs, I hope that gets them going a little bit. The crowd up and cheering as Regneris off the turnover, still in the backcourt there, able to lob it free. Regneris gets the first bucket for the Bulldogs.
Honeycutt up top with Regneris chasing him around at the perimeter. Vellinga loses it to DeYoung, and Vellinga stands in the way of DeYoung and picks up the fourth foul of the quarter on West Ottawa. First on Vellinga. A couple of substitutions will swap around right here for Grandville, and including Vanderhart checking in, as Caden Neves will take a seat. It's actually the lone sub for the Bulldogs. Carter Wade blows by Beetham. Wade to the basket. Misses that one as he was trying to euro around Vellinga. Campos for Vellinga. Back to Campos. The freshman thought about it. Stops and travels.
Jackson DeYoung's been really impressive, really all season long, but here a couple possessions in a row against Campos, trying to make a move with the basketball. DeYoung really locking him down on ball.
Panthers continuing to full court pressure. Here's Hybor. Past the halfway point of the first quarter, and this feels a little bit like a classic Grandville West Ottawa game right now. Highbor, that ball goes shooting off into the second row of the stands. Well snagged there, and West Ottawa takes over again. This has been not the best start of the season for Grandville, coming off some of the really solid starts they've had. This feels a little bit like the Grand Rapids Christian start, except not against Grand Rapids Christian.
Yeah, exactly. I think Highbor, I'd like to see the aggressive move. He was going to try to drive to the right hand, either dump it off to Regnier or try to get the lay-in, but just dribbled it off his own foot and shot out of bounds.
Honeycutt for Campos. Drives past DeYoung, reversing, scoring. Good move from the freshman. And the Panthers back up by a couple of scores. Makai Campos with a reaching finish. All the way to the basket. Cam Regneris rattles it down. My goodness. And a foul called here as Regneris makes everyone quickly go up as Graham looks to beat it back the other way, and Cam rocks this place.
I haven't been able to get Regneris the ball much in the half court, but off a couple turnovers, been able to throw it over the top to Regneris, who gets behind the defense, and you give him that much space with his size. He's got a couple jams now on all 4 points.
Ben Beetham here. Beetham off the drive, gets free and scores. Nice move, and the junior is able to put the Panthers back up by 4 again. All the way down to Cam, spinning in the lane. Awkward game continuing. Here's Jake Garretts for Valinga. Garretts backing and scoring through the contact. One more coming up at the stripe. Foul will go on Vanderhart as Grandville's rough start to the evening continues. It feels like a little bit of a reverse of the girls' game, where the Grandville girls, the underdog, jumped out to start that game.
The Bulldogs just have not looked comfortable for the most part so far here tonight, and Garrett's getting the mismatch down low. Vanderhart getting some good positioning. They get the basketball right away down low to him before Vanderhart can get recovered defensively.
So Garrett's able to convert that one. He now has 3 as he gets the 3-point play, and Grandville will again have to set up here against the full court pressure. Vanderhart back to the bench after picking up that foul. 2:24 to go. 11 for West Ottawa. Surprising start here for the Panthers. Xander Sorokin, very good last time out against Jenison. 9 points, season high for Sorokin. Neves off the drive, snaking to the rack and going to the line.
Coach Young early on, after a turnover from Neves, called him to the bench, made the substitution, talking to them a little bit there, and then right away, after he's back on the floor, he liked the move there through the middle of the lane, able to get past a couple defenders with his slashing ability from the wing and his size. Tough for a team that doesn't have a post presence to try to stop that.
First foul on Honeycutt, 5th on the team, and Neves off the mark at the line. Elijah Reynolds back in off his early injury with some even more significant tape onto that right shoulder. Neves able to go 1 of 2. And get his first score of the game on the board. Valinga back the other way. Low driver right down the hatch and good. The Panthers another answer with Valinga. He has 7. And West Ottawa ups their advantage. Neves taken by Beetham, running the floor. Now Valinga, corner Campos with a 138. Beetham, corner, Grandville basketball. So going back, the Valinga shot must have gone up on the board only as 2, because it was 11, and then so it looks like a foot on the line is what it's going to be called for Valinga. Here's Sorokin to the corner. Boston Postma 3, off the mark. Campos, Euro, handoff, Reynolds, unable to score around Regneris. Neves out of the corner. Grandville continues to fight it, but Postma snags the board. Final minute of the first. Regnerus just pounds and does it himself again. There's been one surefire way to score for Grandville tonight if nothing else is going. It's number 12.
Yeah, and that time a little bit more off the dribble, able to create it on his own.
Vellinga off the mark, but Beetham able to corral and finish.
Nobody getting the box out on Beetham, able to crash the boards really hard on the left side.
Beetham reaching will pick up the foul, and Sorokin will go to the line. Foul the first on Ben Beetham. Well, these are the kind of nights that make the OK Red so difficult because you have a team like West Ottawa, just 1-7 in the conference. They've been really struggling, but you know, they still are a talented team, top to bottom. They have some pieces that can do things. We've seen that certainly in Hudson Vellinga, and a Grandville team that's playing as well as anyone, struggling tonight in the way that they have. And going to be down at the end of the first quarter. Foul on Postma, fourth on the Bulldogs. A boisterous West Ottawa crowd is loving it.
And things starting to tighten up a little bit as now some contact being called on both ends of the floor against Sorokin on the dribble. Postma there reaching in a little bit. The dribble as well. He looks surprised by the call, but I think the official saying we just called it down on the other end if we're going to call it both ways, and a lot of contact being called right now.
Reynolds. The sophomore swatted off the backboard by Regnerus. Campos launches. He stepped out of bounds first. Grandville takes it as Cam Regnerus comes up with a big rejection. It feels like the kind of game where until Grandville can get the rest of the rhythm going, they're going to have to continue to lean on Cam both ends of the floor.
Yeah, and they have early on. He's got 6 of the 8 points and then a couple big blocks in the defensive end as well. Reynolds tried to go right at him. Regnerus has held up some strong blocks.
Whole host of changes here. Latrell Stevens, Cameron Sanders, and Dorian Rodriguez all in for the Panthers. They'll get a quick rest for some of their leading pieces. Hackman triggers for Sorokin with 10. Sorokin defended by Beetham in the full court. Nice move. Sorokin lost his footing and travels. 3.6. When it rains, it pours this quarter for Grandville.
Had a chance for the last shot right there, and a nice move trying to go behind the back from Sorokin. If he'd been able to keep his feet, likely would have been able to set up a shot, but tough there to change of direction. Just lost it a little bit too much, and the travel called.
All right, 3.6 in the first quarter clock. Honeycutt will trigger in here for the Panthers. Beetham with 3. Beetham, final second. Launches from the volleyball line just off the mark, but a very good first quarter. About as good of a start all year as West Ottawa's had as they've come on the road and certainly started this one the way that Coach Riddell would want them to start it. We're going to step aside, be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
All right, welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Second quarter, 15-8 West Ottawa. And I think the Grandville players and coaches would tell you, candidly, probably one of their worst starts of the year in the first quarter of this one. The Dogs struggling on both ends of the floor. West Ottawa, though, Chandler, they're doing a lot of the things to create a little bit of havoc, and they get the ball to start the quarter.
Yeah, I think so. Playing pretty well in that first quarter, and going back to the last time these teams matched up, they kind of controlled the first quarter as well. It was the Bulldogs then that the final three dominated things. Panthers are hoping they can keep up what was going in the first quarter. The Bulldogs are hoping a repeat of the first matchup.
Vellinga keeping the possession. Honeycutt off the drive to the basket, trying to score around Regneris. Here is Hybor on the run out. Hybor for DeYoung. Stopped. Whipped and stolen here by Dorian Rodriguez. Rodriguez will curl off. Poking was Wade. Vellinga for Knapp. Knapp for Vellinga. He was certainly the guy to watch in the first quarter. 7 points for Vellinga, or 6 points for Vellinga in the first. They'll feed it on for Rodriguez, and a whistle goes on the Bulldogs. First of the quarter, as that will go on Carter Wade for the first on the Bulldog freshman.
Rodriguez probing in there right around the left elbow. He's going to try to turn, and a little shove on the hip from Carter Wade, trying to prevent him from doing so.
Inbound to Knapp, unable to score. Whipping around Heckman, Hybor, Wade. Able to find Regneris. Heckman, extra feed with space. Carter Wade off the mark. Board to Regneris. Finding Hybor, scoring. Cam Regneris making that possession happen. Grandville back within 5.
And not the prettiest possession there either, but it works. Couple looks at it, finally able to get it down low to Hybor.
And the Panthers try to push the pace, and they'll turn it over to Grandville. Again, West Ottawa full court pressure at 0 points in this ball game. Turns a little bit token right here as Heckman will take it on against Dorian Rodriguez. Out of the trap for Wade to the corner with space. DeYoung triple off the back iron. Board down to Knapp. Panthers to push to Campos. Vellinga tries the deep three. Falls short. Board tracked down by DeYoung. Grandville's gotten some better looks the last couple of possessions, looking to knock him down behind the back to the corner. Cowan Hybor, quick trigger. Falls short. Bulldogs fight it from deep heavily right now.
Yeah, we have to make a three so far, and Hybor's had a couple looks at it. Wade as well. Just haven't been able to get anything to fall. Part of the struggles here early on.
Campos, defended here by DeYoung. Curling, the freshman. Honeycutt, 5:45 in the quarter. Campos again. Drives on DeYoung, good move, and fouled on the floor first. That'll be the second whistle of the quarter on the Bulldogs, and that one gets collected on Jackson DeYoung as the senior picks up his second.
DeYoung doing everything he could to keep his hands back, prevent himself from reaching in, but Campos went right at the body, able to get some contact from the chest from DeYoung, and DeYoung with a second foul going to have to find the bench here for a couple minutes.
Yeah, Postman comes in for the key defender, as we now will see Beetham check in for the Panthers, as well as Rodriguez will get a rest. Campos in for Vellinga. Hudson Vellinga off the stop, back for Campos, the freshman. Pair of freshman point guard going head-to-head in this one, not matched up on each other right now, however, as Campos will back it out and rock with it. Campos reaching and fouled. Postman did what he could to stay with him for a while before he draws the third foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs.
This is the future for the Panthers, and they're playing well here early on. Campos handling the basketball with the dribble, kind of lulling the defender to sleep, trying to get them to bite and stay up on him as much as he can, and then using his agility and quick first step to get by him and force the foul.
Vellinga turns on Hybor, reaching off the mark, and the board will be an over-the-back foul, or should be here on Knapp. That will be the whistle. First foul of the quarter on West Ottawa.
Strong rebound by Postma, going up and holding on to that one. Wasn't the tallest play underneath the basket, but able to hold on to it. Hybor kind of in an awkward spot right underneath it. Was kind of getting stepped on by multiple different directions, but eventually the foul call coming in, and even though it's been a slow scoring start to the second quarter, Bulldogs a chance to try to start to eat into this lead.
That is the third foul on Knapp, who takes a seat here for Reynolds. Carter Wade, defended by Ben Beetham. Wade for Regnerus back. Wade triggers the three, and Grandville has still not hit from deep in this one. The mark of their offense the last couple weeks has been their ability to shoot from deep in some of these grinding games that they've played and offensively walk away through that. Have not been able to hit anything from deep so far, and the offense been mostly at a standstill. A sloppy night for Grandville. Beetham off the drive to the corner for Vellinga. Vellinga reaching, cannot score. And Highboard trying to save it along the end line, puts it out. Cam Regnerus trying to charge up the team a little bit. Just been a low-energy start for Grandville, too, along with some of the mistakes.
Highborn Heckman down low underneath. I think both kind of expecting the other one to grab it, and then as they both realized no one was, it was too late, and Highborn extra bounce out of bounds. Both guys do it and kind of hanging their head a little bit. It's been the way this game's going.
Vellinga for Reynolds. Cam got a piece of it here as he's defending out hard at the perimeter. Reynolds tries to pull up from the line. Board down to Highborn. Defense the measure of the day for both teams right now. They enter to Regnerus, and he gets grabbed and fouled by Honeycutt down low. Second of the quarter on the Panthers. Again, I can't say it enough. Caden Neves comes back in. Makai Kempos comes back in, but you can't say it enough. I think entering the ball down low to Regnerus, he's going to have a head and a half over everyone down low right now for West Ottawa. And so far, they've done a good job still denying him some of those entry lanes, but I think we're going to see Grandville probably fight to get him the ball one way or another more.
I would surely assume so. It's been the guys shooting three ball are the one that they want. Highborn, Neves, Wade all have had looks at it, but at a certain point, it's just not falling. Go to your big man down low.
Here he is, Regnerus, all alone, third jam of the game.
Defense looked like they were maybe anticipating double team, but Regnerus able to slip right through it as almost all the defenders vacated the area, and that doesn't happen very often, but Cam will take it.
8 points now for Regnerus in the game. And Grandville within a score for the first time in a while. Campos to the corner for Beetham. Beetham reaching and scoring. Good move there from Ben Beetham to get the advantage, reaching around Carter Wade. He's got 6. All the way to the basket. Regnerus again for Grandville. Unbelievable, Cam.
It's just turning into the Panthers versus Regnerus dunking it on the other end right now. Some crafty shots by the Panthers and then response by Regnerus on the dunks.
A foul here will send Reynolds to the line. 10 points now for Cam Regnerus. We're going to have a very long set of highlights to show you at the half, and they're just going to be Cam Regnerus dunks running the full court. And Reynolds able to hit the big first one at the stripe. It's been the most impressive thing, I think, for West Ottawa tonight is when Grandville has answered back and had a big moment. They've certainly been up to the task of answering. That one off the mark. Gets poked out for Postma. 3 minutes to go in the half. Postma curling for Carter Wade. Up top, tries the three. And the freshman still looking for his first points of the ball game. Off the foot of Campos. Wade is running. Has Regnerus there. Lobs, jams! Oh my goodness! 5th dunk of the half for Cam Regnerus. Showtime! Wade to Cam. 2-point ball game. Unbelievable. And an official talking with Coach Young at the end of the play. I do not know what that discussion was about, but we're back underway as the Cam Regnerus show continues.
Regnerus doing everything he possibly can to try to light this gym up and will his team on to try to stay in this game, and Wade with some help right there.
Campos snaking to the rim, and the freshman answers right back with a crafty move in the lane.
That continues to be the guards for the Panthers making some nice moves with the basketball, driving to the rim, trying to answer all these Regnerus dunks.
Neves gets fouled, and that'll be the third foul of the quarter on West Ottawa. 20-16 ball game. That whistle will go on CJ Trailer for the first on the sophomore. And that's the third foul. Everyone was aligning at the stripe, but it will be an inbound now from Carter Wade. Neves has it taken away by Trailer. Trailer over the head of Garretts. And turnovers traded. It'll cancel out.
Nice play by Trailer initially to poke it free, turn it in, but then got stopped once the Bulldogs stopped the dribble. He was trying to pass it back out beyond the arc, but anticipated and put the pass a little bit in front of the Trailer coming up the field or up the court.
Wade for Neves, all the way across for Boston Postma. Regnerus tries it again to the corner. Highbore, quick trigger. Grandville still cannot hit from deep. Vellinga for Trailer. Garretts in the paint, turning, blocked by Regnerus. Wade is tripped up, and Wade will draw the fourth foul of the quarter on the Panthers. Carter Wade loves helping players from other teams up. Even when they don't want it, he loves to do it, and I don't think he's necessarily always doing it out of the goodness of his heart, but he certainly loves to do it. I love watching that freshman play, the energy that he brings.
Yeah, he definitely brings an edge to this team that doesn't have a ton of it at times, but he provides, he's willing to, it's an innocent move to go over to the opponent and offer to help them up. Sometimes they don't take so kindly to it, and that can be seen as a bit of an insult, but he's always there to try.
The Nate Johnson one against Grand Rapids Christian the other week, and obviously he had the run-in with Rockford in the student section. That wasn't his fault. But the Nate Johnson one last week, when we went to help up Nate Johnson, who's 6'6" and just a monster, that was the one where I'm like, all right, good for you. Off the drive, here's Wade spinning into the paint, and he'll go to the line as that one gets whistled on Elijah Reynolds. So fifth foul on the Panthers of the quarter. And again, a lot of fouls being whistled in either direction. Both teams will be shooting free throws. The next foul that gets whistled, that's the first foul on Elijah Reynolds. Honeycutt and Sorokin each set to check in for their respective sides. And Wade struggling at the stripe as well in this one as Honeycutt and Sorokin each found their way on the floor.
Ever since the start with those technical free throws, missed both of them. Just looks like the shot's been a little bit off ever since. He's had a couple open threes that we've seen him hit before. Hasn't been able to cash in. Now his free throw line, some struggles. They're finally able to break through.
The way the game started, the inauspicious start, kind of set the tone for the entirety of the way that this ball game has gone. This feels like a last era of West Ottawa basketball game for sure, at least in terms of the score. The style of play to get to that score is a little different. Off the drive, Campos. That one falls short. Whoa. It will be Grandville basketball. As Honeycutt volleyball spiked it into the student section. And Carter Wade will throw in.
Yeah, the official, I think, just innocently pointing the wrong way and right away realizing that was the wrong call. But, yeah, pretty clear that Honeycutt just slapped that one right out of bounds.
There's some tempers ready to flare, I think, on both sides of this gym. So you got to be a little bit careful right now. There's some frustration, I think, all around. Regnerus whipping to the corner. Neves, can Grandville hit a three? They can. And the game is tied.
Neves was calling for it. Regnerus able to find him down along the left block. Tough angle and a tough pass to get out there. But Neves was open. Regnerus able to get it over the top to him in the first three for the Bulldogs.
Campos with Regnerus tipping it off of Reynolds. Grandville basketball. The Bulldogs somehow will have a chance to lead into the break.
I feel pretty good about that for how rough the first quarter was and at parts of the second quarter as well. See if they want to hold on for the last shot here, if they're going to try to keep the momentum going and see what happens here early on in the possession if they get a look.
All right, high board to trigger in here. Sorokin. Neves, he hit one a moment ago. Here's Regnerus with 35. He's doubled. Regnerus dumping. Heckman and Grandville, for the first time tonight, leads the basketball game.
Nice pass from Regnerus, spinning down low. Heckman left wide open. Able to get it to him. Regnerus now with a couple assists.
Campos with 16 and less. The Panthers will hold for the final shot of the slow scoring and sloppy first half of play. 10 seconds. Sorokin watches the freshman. Campos with 6. Campos rocking with 4. Campos for Reynolds with 2. He's forced to launch it, and he hits it. Unbelievable at the buzzer, Elijah Reynolds. Are you kidding me? And we go to the half, 23-22, West Ottawa. A microcosm of the ball game right there.
Sure was. Both teams really fighting it at times throughout the first half, but a couple of really impressive possessions either end of the floor offensively for these teams. Bulldogs finally getting a rhythm and some nice passing to get some easy lay-ins and some buckets. But then just the improv there, Reynolds knowing the clock running out, throwing it up, and somehow the Panthers going to hold on to their halftime lead.
All right, it is 23-22. West Ottawa on the road leading at the break. A bit of a surprising one right here. Panthers have played really well, though, as they look to break a 5-game losing.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
Welcome back to Grandville. Farmers Insurance Halftime Show, 23-22, West Ottawa over Grandville. At the break, just a sloppy, a wild, a weird one in the first half of this one. We'll give your scoring recap, and then we're going to get you some highlights from the first half. But there wasn't much scoring, but I think every score was a highlight. So we'll start with scoring, and we'll get you there.
Yeah, that's the way it felt for the Bulldogs. Leading scorer Regnerus with 12 points, basically just all dunks. That's pretty much what it all was. And then Neves with 4. Heckman with 2, Hybor with 2, Sorokin and Wade each with a point for the Panthers. Pretty evenly distributed. Ben Beetham and Bellinga each with 6 points. Campos and Reynolds with 4, and Garrett's with 3.
All right, we are going to start by showing you in a row here 5 highlights before we get into more. These 5 highlights in a row are Cam Regnerus dunking the basketball. Blocked by DeYoung. Caden Neves off and running. Grandville still looking for the first points. Taken away by Bellinga. Taken back away by Hybor. Down low, Regnerus. And Grandville gets on the score sheet.
Land, but dribbled it off his own foot and shot out of bounds.
Honeycutt for Campos. Drives past DeYoung, reversing, scoring. Good move from the freshman. And the Panthers back up by a... That was not a dunk by Cam Regnerus, but that was a great highlight from West Ottawa. We continue with what I said we were going to... Drives past DeYoung, reversing, scoring. Good move from the freshman. And the Panthers back up by a couple of scores. Mikhail Campos with a reaching finish. All the way to the basket. Cam. Those two bled together a little bit. We'll keep looking at Cam highlights. Dunk number 3.
It's been the guys shooting three ball are the one that they want. Hybor, Neves, Wade all have had looks at it, but at a certain point, it's just not falling. Go to your big man down low.
Here he is, Regneris, all alone, third jam of the game. 21. Number 4 from Camp. Campos to the corner for Beetham. Beetham reaching and scoring. Good move there from Ben Beetham to get the advantage, reaching around Carter Wade. He's got 6. All the way to the basket. Regneris. I wish you could watch our reaction to some of these, seeing them again, because some of these wouldn't even see live time because we were working on scoring the last play and then Cam's running, and then this is the leader in the clubhouse. Unless we have something crazy, this will be your Farmers Insurance play the game right here. Off the foot of Campos. Wade is running. Has Regneris there. Lobs, jams! Oh my goodness! And then after Grandville took their first lead of the game, Elijah Reynolds did this at the buzzer. 10 seconds. Sorokin watches the freshman. Campos with 6. Campos rocking with 4. Campos for Reynolds with 2. He's forced to launch it, and he hits it. Unbelievable at the buzzer. Oh. All right, well, so that's the kind of game it was, I guess. I don't really know how else to put it. Yeah, wild first half of play for sure, and Grandville just trails at the half. We have got a lot more to get to, and we will get to all of that here in just a second. Going to step aside, be right back with.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Getting ready for the second half here, about a minute away. 23-22 at the break. West Ottawa over Grandville after a truly wild start to the first half. Back and forth, 5 dunks for Cam Regneris that we showed, the buzzer beater from Elijah Reynolds, and much, much more all in between. CT, for these coaching staffs, what are they focused on, you think, at the break?
I have to imagine the Panthers going to kind of try to keep the game as sloppy and kind of keep the Bulldogs feeling as out of it as they possibly can. Grandville able to get a little bit of momentum, get some energy going into the half, but Panthers going to try to reset things here, kind of lock back in and force the Bulldogs into some more missed shots. Really, a lot just due to the Bulldogs missing some open threes, if we're being honest, but I think the Panthers going to try to continue to close out and try to limit them from beyond the arc. They're going to give up the dunks to Regneris, I think, in transition, but trying to lock in a little bit in the half court defensively for the Bulldogs. You don't want to tell your guys to stop shooting the three because you've got some good three-point shooters out there that are going to hit some shots, but I think continue to get the ball to Regneris. It's pretty simple. You see all the highlights that he just had there. It's whether it's in the half court, whether it's in the full court, doesn't really matter. Just get him the ball and kind of let him go to work.
Yeah, I think he has to go to work, and then Grandville, if they do get those open looks, sometimes basketball is as simple as you have to make shots to win, and tonight has become a little bit of that for Grandville. They held West Ottawa 23, and this is a Grandville team that's been scoring the ball way more effectively than they certainly are so far tonight, and they will open the second half with the basketball lineups to open the ball game. We'll open our second half of play. That includes Jackson DeYoung, who spent much of that half on the bench as he picked up a couple of early fouls. Carter Wade will start us off as the Panthers open with a 1-point lead. Wade for Regneris, turning on Knapp. Hybor. Wade. Regneris goes to work on Knapp. Gets the double. Can't score. And over the back on Regneris.
Tried to get the ball to Regneris. Two separate touches for him. Entry pass. Didn't like the first one. Sized it up. Passed it out. Got it back into him. Tried to make a move to the middle of the lane. A couple bodies down low. Regneris fighting for the rebound the second time. And over the back call. Picks up his first foul.
That is the first on Regneris, as Chandler mentioned. Reynolds. Campos. Around the Knapp screen. Sticking with him, DeYoung. JD tried to jump the passing lane. Campos spinning to the corner with a ton of space. Three is good on the rattle for Connor Knapp.
Campos able to draw multiple defenders over, got Neves in the air, left the corner completely wide open for him to dump that one off, and the wide open corner three goes in.
Lead back up to 4. Neves off the drive, gets fouled on the floor. First of the quarter on the Panthers. 6:50 in the frame. That is the second on Elijah Reynolds. Wade looking for the inbound. Gets to the corner, and a quick trigger from Hybor, but a whistle off the ball will send it the other way.
Coming off the screen, Hybor cutting towards the inbounder, but drifted a little bit too much towards the end line that way, so when he caught, was looking to turn and shoot. His foot hitting the back line there, and out of bounds turnover.
Campos drives on DeYoung all the way to the rack, off the window, good for the freshman. Shows off a really nice move there, and Campos has 6 in the ball game, and the lead is 6. Regneris into the paint, can't score on the first attempt, and he'll go to the line this time. A frustrated Cam Regneris would probably be a standout right now, just some of his reactions to the way this game is going, for how well he's played and how things have gone otherwise for the team.
He's been the most consistent thing offensively. They continue to get him the basketball. He's got the size advantage, even though missed the first shot, continues to fight down low on the offensive rebound and the attempt to try to put it back up. Slow the game back down, get himself to the free throw line, add to his total here, and hope he can get some help on the scoring categories to get the team all the way back and retake the lead.
13 now for Regneris as Beetham re-enters. That foul was on Knapp. That's his 4th. So Knapp has been dealing with some foul trouble this evening. Regneris able to convert both at the stripe. He's got 14 in the game. Reynolds against some Bulldog pressure. All the way down the floor, out of the reach of Ellinga. An interesting look right there out of Coach Young, as I think one of the oldest tricks in the coaching book is that when the team isn't necessarily showing the energy make them have to press and run, and that might get him into the ball game, and I think that's a little bit of his trick right there.
Sure looked like it. Really forced the Panthers into possible turnovers, get yourself some energy by forcing your team to have to run around the floor a little bit and create some stuff.
Regneris will back down Reynolds, spinning, reaching, no. Second chance for Cam on the putback, yes. Regneris doing it almost all for the Bulldogs right now. He's got 16 of their 26. Beetham off the drive, fouled by Carter Wade. Second foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs, and that one is whistle number 2 on Carter.
Both Campos and Beetham in the second half now been able to handle the basketball, drive themselves underneath or get close to the basket. Beetham going more towards along the baseline. Campos has been able to create in the middle of the floor.
Garrett's off the drive, reaching and scoring around Caden Neves. Nice reach right there for Garrett's. He's got 5. Regnerus from the corner, off the drive. DeYoung handing off. Neves clutches into the 3. Short. Beetham to the basket. Tries to score over top of Regnerus. That's a quick whistle on the run up the floor from Carter Wade.
It looked like Regnerus got a piece of that shot on the way up, and then as Carter Wade caught the basketball and right away looking to make a move up the floor, forced the reach-in foul. Already 3 fouls now on the Panthers a couple minutes into the third quarter.
That one is the first on Garrett's. Pushed to Regnerus. Tries to hand off for DeYoung. Vellinga takes it away, and then Wade tries to steal back as a couple of freshmen nearly met up right there. Vellinga walks into the 3. Poured to Regnerus. Wade. 3 minutes gone in the third. 4-point lead for West Ottawa. Regnerus on Garrett's. Scores again. Cam Regnerus taking over on this end of the floor. He has 18.
The offense right there. Carter Wade just telling everyone to clear off that side of the floor. I'm dumping it down to Regnerus and going to let him do whatever he has to do.
And Jackson DeYoung will pick up his 3rd foul. Postma and Sorokin were set to come in anyway, but not what Grandville wanted to see. Quite possibly their best perimeter defender back to the bench now with 3 fouls against. Carter Wade also takes a seat.
Young's had his hands full. And give credit to the guards of the Panthers. Campos, Beetham, Vellinga all playing really well with the basketball, forcing the on-ball defense to have to be tight and walk the line of fouling and trying to play intense man-to-man defense.
Here's Campos with Postma draped on him. Campos rocks and attacks. Teardrop, no. Board to Hybor. And a foul on Beetham. 4th of the quarter on West Ottawa. 2nd on Ben Beetham. And again, West Ottawa out of the dead ball will bring the pressure.
Coach Riddell and the Panthers, Beetham looked like he might have got caught with an inadvertent elbow by Hybor, who was strongly ripping that rebound down, but it's going to be Beetham who picks up the foul.
Sorokin reaching, corner. Neves for the lead. Splash!
Second 3 of the game, second by Neves, and a beauty of an assist as well. Tough angle and reach around pass to get it out to the corner.
Trailer stopping for Vellinga. Garrett's will back it out past the halfway point of the third. Trailer bounding, forced to throw it up and traveled before he did.
You see night in and night out teams deciding to go at Regnerus, and it just usually never goes well for the opposing team. And get the switch, Regnerus comes over, Trailer tries to do something, but he knew that shot was going to get blocked and tried to hold on to it, clutch, force the travel.
So the Panther fans are not going to love this, as there's going to be a foul call on Trailer. The man in the suit and tie about charged the official. I don't know who that was.
He came 3 rows of the bleachers down and was pointing directly in the face of an official. It looks like we might be...
We have a mother on the floor now as well. Charlie is doing what he can to direct her back to the sideline. Charlie Kleinexel, the great assistant AD here at Grandville, as Trailer goes to the bench. And Charlie doing his best to try to calm some tensions, as he's able to do so well, but that's a bit of an ugly scene from the West Ottawa side. I have to say, just from my perspective, and I don't know if these parents are being thrown out. I believe they are. And I believe it's deserved the way that they charged. And here comes the Grandville reaction to the moment, as that parent has been escorted out of Vanderslice Gymnasium after his reaction at the end of that play.
I didn't see exactly what had happened behind the play. Trailer had hit the floor, and yeah, the parents of the Panthers right in front of it. We're letting the officials have an earful. Coach Riddell also out on the floor, I think partially to check on his player, but also kind of giving his piece as well.
This is one of those moments now where sports parents bug me sometimes. How else do you put it? Because this is where it's a high school sporting event, and some of what we're doing right here is just not right, from the charging of officials and so forth, as Campos goes to the rack, and Campos answers in his own way with a 2, and we'll go to the line for one more. But I'll save my piece as the West Ottawa parents are continuing to be escorted out of the gym. Off the mark for Campos. It will stay with West Ottawa, though. A lot of adults deciding that they're going to just take on the children right now.
Student section against the West Ottawa parents is what the battle has become away from the floor right now, and underneath the free throw there to get back to the game.
You're smart enough just to keep your mouth shut right now. I know you're having a lot of the thoughts of what I'm coming close to saying, but you're not going to say them. We own the company, let it fly. Yeah, Garrett's throws to the corner onto Campos. Campos off the drive, poked by Postma. And here comes Boston Postma back the other way. Out of the corner, Sorokin reaching for Cam Regneris. Regneris to the basket and one. Cam Regneris.
20 now for Regneris. Another strong move. Didn't dunk that one, but didn't have to. The contact underneath in the middle of the lane. Able to finish the shot, and another big response by Regneris. Continues to lead the way. 20 of the 35 points for the Bulldogs.
So here comes John Beetham for the first time. Interesting, I thought maybe the senior wasn't available tonight, but he'll make his first appearance, typically a starter for the Panthers, in the second half. Regneris unable to get the rattle there. 35-32 Grandville. And what's become a little bit of an ugly second half for some non-play related reasons. Sitterlet hands off for Campos on the floor against Postma. And a whistle will draw a timeout from Coach Riddell first. That is our first timeout of the ball game, and it whistles on West Ottawa. We'll step aside.
The 76 Diner and Truck Stop would like to invite you and your families to come and check out their diner. With locations in both Byron Center and Coopersville, they're a great place to stop before or after the game. They have a wide variety of menu choices to feed all the kids. They serve breakfast hot all day, and they're able to accommodate all of your large group needs. Their full menu is available for takeout orders, and they have online ordering at 76truckstopdiner.com.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. 3:02 to go. We were just breaking down what on earth we just saw during that last sequence off the air. A little bit more. The Panthers will restart things here out of the break, minus a couple of fans that had to be escorted out. Off the drive here, Campos. Stepping back for the tie. Board to Sorokin. Sorokin, corner, Postma. Bounding into the lane, turning. Can't get the touch. Regneris back to Postma, and Boston's got the touch.
Really nice move along the baseline initially from Postma. Works his way back towards the middle. Comes up a little bit short on the first shot, but Regneris cleans it up, gets it right back to him, and Postma cashes in on the second.
Vellinga. Sitterlet. Campos will back it out. And the Panthers will just kind of take some time off the clock, down 5 here late in the third quarter. Campos with it cleared out. Gets the ISO move on Postma. He gets cut off. Sitterlet out of the reach of John Beetham. West Ottawa wanted to set up that ISO drive, but a terrific job by Boston Postma meeting the moment.
Yeah, they were trying to clear things out and just let Campos go to work, and he's done a nice job of working that matchup most of the game, but Postma held up right there. Campos had to pass out of it, and then the Panthers a little bit out of sorts, and the wild pass out of bounds.
Xander Sorokin inside the final 2 minutes of the third. Sorokin gave the head fake in the drive, past Beetham all the way to the basket. Got it! Xander Sorokin, coast to coast.
Sorokin continues to develop his offensive game like that. He's shown that he's got the handles to handle some pressure, to run the offense a little bit off the bench. If he can continue to score.
Campos travels, but a foul is called first. And no Grandville fans charge the floor. Shocking. Gosh. Campos to the line. 4th foul on Boston Postma, and 5 on either team.
Yeah, Postma and Young. Young looks like going to be coming in here for Postma, but Young also dealing with a little bit of foul trouble.
Campos able to convert the first. Very good game from that young man. 9 points now. Chance to go in double digits for the freshman. Garrett's Hackman are coming in. Oh, wait. So Campos hit it, but there was a whistle first as Campos now have to reshoot. He better make this.
It's just been one of those nights all the way around. Everything's been difficult. Even subbing onto the floor, we've had some issues.
And Campos is able to hit it. And now we'll get the subs on. Just one of the weirdest games we've watched in a very long time. Everything.
And it's just been a lot of the stuff off the floor, too. The technical free throws and the administrative error and wrong number, and then on and off subs trying to get in at the right time, fans
charging
yelling.
the floor. Sorokin, nice move, and that one gets paddled over the backboard. 1:22 in the third. Here's Regneris, good move. Cam pounding. We'll stay with Grandville. As Tyler Behrens is out there. An interesting rotation. West Ottawa now essentially rolling with what the starting lineup the last time we saw them was, but we hadn't seen guys like Behrens or John Beetham until now. Sorokin. Vanderhart on the floor, held ball. West Ottawa takes it on the alternating possession on the jump, 1:06 in the third.
I was going to make a comment earlier in the third quarter about hadn't seen John Beetham, Sitterlet, a couple other guys out there for much of the game. Didn't know if it was a situation where they were unavailable to play or dealing with some injuries, but late in the third quarter now have opened up the rotation, got some of those guys in.
All right. Jake Garrett, the junior, will take it out and set things up inside the final minute of a wild third quarter. John Beetham for Sitterlet. Here's Ben Beetham. Beetham off the drive, the teardrop off the window, no. And Grandville takes it. Behrens will check back in after a quick rest as Sitterlet goes to Coach Riddell. Final 41 of the third. Sorokin tripped up, no call. And now a timeout from Coach Young gets whistled. We'll stick with it through the quick 30-second timeout. And attention all golfers, if you want to keep your game in shape this winter, the Leaderboard Indoor Golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The Leaderboard Indoor Golf is the perfect place to work on your game, host events and parties, and compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709. Mention in the pregame that this game has had some juice and some rivalry elements in the past on the football field, especially you think back to, was it 2019, 2018, a couple years in there. The basketball court had moments. It hasn't quite had the juice lately. We got some juice back tonight with the way that this ultimately went. We got a little bit of a rivalry, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we don't have to see these teams won't play again this year.
Yeah, they found a way to make some juice and get this thing energy. It was, I mean, the way the game started, the way it's gone, really wasn't expecting that, especially with the records coming in, but that's been a good game.
Sorokin 3 off the mark as Grandville offensively continues to struggle a bit this evening. Garrett's for John Beetham with 16 seconds. Panthers will hold for the final shot, get us out of the third quarter. Beetham. Behrens with space. Got it. Right down the hatch. And the Panthers make it 2 as we go to the final frame. We're going to step back here from Vanderslice Gym.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
Welcome back. Wild night here at Grandville. 39-37, not the game that we thought would, as you just said, Chandler, take in or bring in literally anything we've seen tonight, but we've seen a close game and we've seen everything else in between. Grandville will get the ball to start the final quarter. Maybe.
The scoreboard looks like it went down.
Okay, well, it's 39-37. We at least have it.
We can keep track of the score from here. We got it.
Do you remember that game at the Civic Center
I'll never
like
forget
3
that.
years ago that the scoreboard didn't work? It was a Saturday game. DCD came to town, and we proceeded to have to manually count the whole game. That was awful.
Yes.
And that was before we had graphics like this. This would have been way better then. That was old school radio we were doing then. And we're back. Good work. Unplug it, plug it back in.
Always works.
Must have been the fan that got kicked out and unplugged it.
Messing with the school from on the outside.
Sorokin for Ivor in the wing. It's a 2-point game. I don't know why we're messing around. Greg Harris turns his back. Out for Heckman and back to Cam. Turns the pack on Behrens. Up top, Neves. Triple try. Off the back rim. And Reynolds is off and running. Baseballs all the way down the floor. Beetham hangs on the rim. No. Behrens throws it in. And John Beetham keeps it alive. And the pass to Reynolds is tipped.
Yeah, man, Reynolds has an arm. That's a couple of baseball passes we've seen from him. He whips it down the floor and really a really good spot. It wasn't a wild pass. The layup just missed a little underneath the basket, but Reynolds has shown the ability to whip that pass and put it in a good spot.
7.5 to go. 2-point lead for the Bulldogs, trying to survive at home here tonight. It was first the Grandville girls trying to pull upset duty in the first half against West Ottawa. Now the Bulldogs trying to survive on assault the other way. Campos off the drive, handing off for Ben Beetham. Beetham into the lane to the corner. Vellinga steps out of bounds.
I don't think it was open in the corner, but as he was running that area, drifted a little bit towards the corner. Kind of like what Hybor did earlier in the pass. As soon as he caught it, back of the heel, stepping over the line and turnover.
All right, here's Sorokin. Nearly stolen by Reynolds. Neves pull up. Ben Beetham on the run out. Chance to tie again or take the lead here for the Panthers. Beetham, corner, Reynolds for the lead. Off the back rim, Beetham, hand off Reynolds. Vellinga for the lead. Got that one. West Ottawa back on top, 40-39. Hudson Vellinga splashes another one down.
Vellinga 9 points now. Most of his damage coming earlier, but the big three right there to retake the lead for the Panthers.
Sorokin turns the corner. Neves. Euro leans, misses. Vellinga tries another deep one. Can't cash in there. He certainly has explored his range a couple of times from the wing. Regneris for Sorokin, who thought about it. Met up here by Ben Beetham. Sorokin curls corner. Neves able to snag it. Regneris, size matchup advantage and scores. Regneris puts Grandville back on top. 22 for Cam.
Dumping it down to Cam. They got him going early in the third quarter. Got away from it a little bit the last couple minutes, but able to get him a touch there. 22 now for Cam.
Campos for Vellinga. Reynolds. Works the baseline, spinning against Regneris. Campos up top, 5.5 to go in the game. Grandville by 1. Bulldogs are going to have to fight for it here against the 4-12 Panthers this evening. Campos off the drive. Gives for Reynolds. And Reynolds is fouled by Regneris. First foul of the quarter on either squad. Whistled with 5:11 to go. And that one is the second whistle on Cam Regneris. Knapp will come in for Barons here. Caden Neves will take a seat as Grandville's got Carter Wade back out. Both teams freshman point guards operating at the moment. Vellinga for Ben Beetham. Beetham off the drive, blocked by Sorokin. Wade races to it and got it to Sorokin. Out of the trap for Heckman. Hybor trying to feed Regneris, and a nice play from Reynolds to split the difference and force the Bulldogs to reset it with 4:51.
And Bulldogs trying to execute the 2-on-2. Hybor and Regneris going with the momentum that they had in the transition there. Good attempt from Hybor to try to slip that pass down to Regneris. The Panthers knock it out of bounds, but the Bulldogs keep possession and live on.
Barron's back in for Knapp. They're going defense for offense with them, trying to keep Knapp off the floor on his own end. Regneris, the size advantage versus Barron's, goes to work, and Cam Regneris has 24.
And we'll see as this game goes along if it continues to stay close and the Bulldogs continue to need a bucket. Don't see how you can go away from Regneris right now.
Especially if Knapp's going to have to be on the bench for those 4 fouls against. He's going to have that advantage. Vellinga off the drive, gets fouled by Hybor, who got a little beat right there out of position. And Hudson Vellinga will go to the strike. Third whistle of the quarter on the Bulldogs, and the first on Colin Hybor. Or second of the quarter, I should say, on the Bulldogs.
This is where the Panthers have some really good guards and some good pieces that you're seeing is why they're playing a close game here tonight. And if they can put things together, they can still be a formidable team, even though the record isn't there. When you've got Campos, Ben Beetham, John Beetham, who we haven't seen as much tonight, Vellinga, all have the ability to score the basketball.
I think they've leaned in to a little bit more grit, a little bit more defense, what we've seen out of them. And there's an example of it with Reynolds. He'll try the 3 to tie. Hit a circus shot back at the end of the first half. Regneris gets fouled as he tries to exit that pass away. Got caught across the head and the ear. First foul of the quarter on the Panthers. That is foul number 2 on Hudson Vellinga. Again, West Ottawa has been constant token full court pressure. They've brought out of varying amounts of pressure. A full court man-to-man look right here as everyone pulls off except for the dueling freshman. Carter Wade whipping to Heckman. Regneris poked by Reynolds. Cam takes it back. Corner Heckman. Walks around the defender. Off the mark with a triple. Board to Wade. Hybor. Sorokin curls. Oh, and Sorokin loses the handle. He's trying to reach the pass to the corner. Slipped away And West Ottawa will retake it with 3:40 to go in a 3-point game. And again, Knapp comes in for Barons. Offense for defense here.
Yeah, Barons might have been able to knock that one free just a bit where Sorokin lost control, but definitely out on Sorokin, but he was going to attempt to one-hand sling that to the corner for an open three, but lost it and turned it over.
All right, here's Campos versus Carter Wade. Again, it's the freshmen on each other. Campos, nice find to Knapp. Lost the handle, regathers, and scores. They got tipped away, and Knapp is able to finish. Stolen away by Campos. To the basket, no. Reynolds the board. Panthers can take the lead. Hybor with the active hands to force that out of bounds.
Panthers forcing another turnover in the backcourt. Just like that, can take the lead once again if they're able to get another look here.
Timeout. Coach Riddell wants to settle things down a couple right here. Full timeout. We'll take one as well.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, MGN on Michigan Sports Radio, 43-42. Been a struggle tonight for Grandville. West Ottawa doing a really good effort of trying to pull a little bit of upset duty, win their second game of the year in the OK Red. If they're able to pull off the upset, they have the ball here, down just one. It's going to be a scratch and claw finish regardless who wins this one.
That's kind of the way this thing's been setting up, and Panthers have been able to keep themselves running, keep the game sloppy enough. The Bulldogs have never been able to extend a big lead, and looks like we're going to have a close last 3 minutes.
All right, here's Campos. Wade pokes it away. This is the freshman point guard battle we all wanted to see. Carter Wade picks up the third foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs as he crowds in, and that is foul number 3 on Wade.
Yeah, and out of the timeout, Coach Young fine with that foul and encouraging his freshman guard to really try to provide some pressure, maybe force the turnover of the freshman Campos.
Here's Beetham. Sorokin crowds. Beetham off the drive, stops. Knapp working with 4 fouls. They've been doing all they can to keep him only out there on the offensive end of the floor the last few possessions. Campos with 2.5 to go. West Ottawa perfectly content taking their time. Wade got a piece of it again. He is crowding all over his fellow freshman. Reynolds pulls Ragnaris out to the far point of the half-court line. Campos running to the corner with 2:13. Campos across the floor and up top for Reynolds. They are content to kill clock and try to make this maybe just a 1 or 2 possession game back down the stretch. And Coach Riddell wants another timeout. We'll stay with you through the break here. We'll welcome you up top as well. All right, I think this is now feeling a little bit Steve Wundemar-like with what I think they're trying to do offensively. I think West Ottawa was looking at it saying our best chance might be we're down 1 right now. It's a single possession game. If we can take a whole bunch of time off the clock, shorten Grandville's amount of time to answer and go back and forth with Cam Ragnaris and anyone else, I mean, they seem content to take a lot of time off to get this final shot off.
Sure did. Almost a minute right there on that possession alone, and working it around, trying to find something that they like to try to get a bucket in the lead. Probably not going to be able to take the full 2 minutes, but really going to work it around. I think they know if they turn this into a multiple possession game, they maybe don't really fully trust themselves to hold on to it, and the Bulldogs potentially going to be able to work and extend their lead. So instead going to get the best possible chance that they can right here.
Cam Ragnaris has 24 of Grandville's 43 this evening. Campos. DeYoung is back out there. Coach Young waited a long time to get his senior back out on the floor. Gets him out now, working with 3 fouls against. Campos. Reynolds. It was Wade back to the bench here. Sorokin still out there. Here's Beetham. 1:35 to go. Beetham, Reynolds, Coach Young, hands on his head. He's all of us watching this right now. Intensity building, 1.5 minutes to go. Panthers have killed half the clock on this possession. Reynolds up top, nearly stolen by Hybor, closing out on Vellinga. 1:17. The Grandville lead is 1. Here's Campos with 1:14. A step back, tough one. Off the mark, board to Sorokin. I don't think that's the shot that Coach Riddell wanted at the end of the possession. This one rolls on to Regneris, and now Grandville will get the timeout from Coach Young. And some nervous moments right there. We'll again stick with you through the break, thanks to Centennial Securities, Farmers Insurance. Like I said, though, I mean, a terrific job to kill clock. Eventually they decide to get the shot up, give themselves some time on the back end as well, and probably not the shot you're looking for after 2 minutes of trying to kill clock. It was a decent look, but a step back long 2, probably not the core of what you're looking at for out of your freshman.
Any other time in the game, that's probably a shot you're fine with, because he did create the separation on the step back. But just in that situation, you've taken 2 minutes up trying to get the best possible look that you can to try to take the lead. And not that he can't make that shot, but I'm not sure that's the high percentage one you're going for in that situation. Going to give the Bulldogs the basketball now to see what they can do with it. Whether if they're going to force the Panthers to try to foul them, or if they can extend their lead and just get a bucket naturally.
Look at Coach Desmond Young and his group right here drawing things up. Thanks for the great pictures again this evening from the Grandville AV students. And here we go. 1:02 to go. Grandville will get the basketball. And interestingly, after all the fouls early, 3 fouls this quarter against Grandville, just 1 against West Ottawa. So a load of fouls still to give here for the Panthers down the stretch. So they're going to be able to get very aggressive defensively here, and I would expect them to do just that on the inbound.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine they're going to try to steal the inbound as much as they can, and if they commit the foul, force them to do it 4 more times.
Into the backcourt for Sorokin. Here comes the pressure and a foul on Beetham. So there's the first of their few to give. Now 2 on the team. That's foul 3 on Ben Beetham. 59.2 now on the clock. Grandville with both Sorokin and Wade out there as ball handlers. This one awkwardly into Cam Regneris. Sorokin will take it over half. Sorokin trapped for Regneris. Locked up by Behrens. And a foul on Behrens. That was a quick whistle for the third of the quarter.
And Behrens was not looking to pick that foul up at all. The first one off the inbounds initially was intentional to try to make them re-inbound the basketball. That one, he was just going to let Regnier spin and dribble the basketball, but he's not looking for the whistle.
First on Behrens, now 3 on either team in the quarter. Into the backcourt again for Sorokin. Sorokin takes it over into the trap. And I think Sorokin might have gotten away with the travel right there. It's poked up. And a timeout to Coach Young. We got parents standing again. And a timeout. We'll get each staff a chance to talk about things. We're going to get emails about this game. We haven't gotten one of those in a while.
It might happen.
40 seconds to go, 43-42. Been one of those nights. Grandville will draw it up. They're just trying to survive here tonight. This is one of those nights as a basketball coach, if you're Coach Young, for as well as your team's been playing, it's where basketball sometimes, especially at the high school level, just doesn't make any sense. Tonight's one of those nights because they've been playing so well.
Yeah, no, really, the games prior to this, they've been playing really good. Really wasn't any sign of this coming, but you know it's pretty inevitable throughout any level. Throughout the course of the basketball season, you have nights where you're just fighting it, whether it's shooting, whether it's just kind of strange things happening all around, and it's kind of just been a combination of all those happening tonight. But at the end of the day, it's going to be remembered as if you're able to fight through it and win it, or if it's going to be a game where, yeah, things weren't going your way and Panthers steal one from you.
All right. Again, West Ottawa's coming. They've lost 5 in a row. Grandville is 4-1 in their last 5. The lone loss coming to Grand Rapids Christian, arguably the top team in the area. Neves looking for the inbound, having some issues. Lobs it for Regneris and gets fouled by Behrens, reaching over top. Now a little bit more clear cut on the inbound, and that'll be the 4th.
It's been much of the strategy all night long is when you're in doubt and don't have a place to go, just throw it up high and let Regneris go and get it. Even on the inbound, it works.
Neves to put this one in to the backcourt to Sorokin. Wade over the half-court line. Wade trapped. Neves with 32 for Hybor. 30 seconds, Sorokin over for Wade, and that foul from Campos will send Carter Wade to the stripe.
Coach Riddell, I don't think liked that foul either. I think he knows Carter Wade, even though he's had some issues at the free throw line, probably not the guy they were looking to send. He wanted another pass, see if they could swing it around and maybe get a different free throw shooter to the line.
Amazingly, just the first foul tonight on Campos. The freshman's played a very clean game in that regard, as everyone else on the floor has picked up 2 or 3 fouls this evening. And Wade missed the first. So 26 seconds to go. The best case scenario for the Bulldogs is a 2-point lead here.
Carter Wade been just fighting it offensively along with pretty much everyone else. Just 1 point, looking for a big second right here.
Wade unable to hit either. 24 seconds to go. Grandville by 1. Reynolds and a timeout from Coach Riddell. Uncharacteristic at the stripe there from Carter Wade. And the Bulldogs now are going to have to defend for their life, up 1 with 19 seconds to go.
We'll see exactly how they're going to play this. You got to almost force to play it straight up and just limit what the Panthers are going to get offensively. Trust your defense. It's what Coach Young leans on. It's what he does so well. It's what this team has really been playing so well on the defensive end coming into this one, and see if they can hold up for 19 seconds. Do have a foul to give at some point before you're sending the Panthers to the free throw line. See if that comes into play as well.
We talk about so often in the OK Red how much things are really determined based on all the games are so difficult, and it's winning games like this when they come up middle of the season. You know, you think of Hudsonville had their game against Grand Haven that they lost in overtime last time out, and that dropped them back in the conference race. And for Grandville, 2 games back of Rockford right now, with Rockford coming up on Friday. You know, this is the kind of loss, if they suffer it, that really kills your chance to win the OK Red, despite how well you might play down the stretch.
Yeah, for sure. I think not for sure a game where you're looking ahead to Rockford already, but definitely a situation where, yeah, it's pretty easy to look at the schedule, say Rockford's the one you need, and kind of forget about the game that's happening right here. And it's kind of the sense it's been from really the entire environment here tonight. But see, 19 seconds now going to decide it.
Panthers will have it down 1. Reynolds having some issues on the inbound. He'll find Knapp. Over for Campos with 15 and less. Here is the starring freshman for Vellinga with 10. Vellinga for Ben Beetham with 8. Beetham lobs it up and gets fouled with 5 seconds to go. Ben Beetham to the stripe.
Does look like it's going to be a shooting foul. Hybor making the case that it was on the floor. I think as Ben Beetham was cutting, he knew he was beat and was trying to foul him on the floor, kind of grabbed him along the hips. Now some really big free throws for Ben Beetham.
One more for the Panther junior. Behrens and Garretts will check in. And Coach Young will call a timeout to try and ice the kicker a little bit. A free throw might determine this ball game. Well, the last time Grandville played a game like this was probably Matawan at Hudsonville. And that was a game that they wound up winning on a heave from Cam Regneris at the buzzer. It's looking like if Beetham hits the second, it might take that kind of effort to win it here tonight.
Sure looks like it. I think the good news for the Bulldogs at this point, whether it's a made free throw or a miss, you do have 5 seconds. That's plenty enough time to get a decent look off, whether you're playing from behind or whether you're trying to win it off a tie.
Both teams do have a timeout as well, so keep that in mind for how things get set up. But here we go. It'll be Ben Beetham, the junior. He's got 7 points in the ball game as Coach Riddell takes his time to set up the defense right here. Grandville will have Sorokin and Wade in the backcourt, Neves and Highborn on the wing, and Cam Regneris up front. Ben Beetham with a free throw to give West Ottawa their first lead of the quarter with 5 seconds to go. Beetham. Missed it. Board to Neves. 4 seconds. On to Wade with 3. Wade over the half-court line for the win. We're going to overtime. End of regulation. And for the first time in a couple seasons on MGN, we have an overtime game coming up, CT. We're not quite done yet. Some free basketball, as if this one couldn't get more intense.
It's really turned into a really amazing game and a lot of different storylines, but a couple chances, both teams. Carter Wade, a couple missed free throws down the stretch. Ben Beetham, the one missed it, could have potentially won the game. We're going to take some more time to try to decide it.
All right, going to overtime. I mean, what are the things that Grandville is looking to focus on in this overtime period just to find their game back? It was West Ottawa controlling the last few minutes entirely.
It was, and because it was a close game at that point, the Panthers, as soon as they had possession of the ball, just running it down as much as they could, eating as much clock, making that one-possession game last all the way till the end, and neither team really able to get comfortable in the final seconds. So now that there's more time back up on the clock, see if the Bulldogs can get back to Regneris, who's been pretty much their only consistent force of offense. Let him continue to go. He's got 24 points at the end of regulation. If they're going to win this game, he's likely going to have a few more here in the overtime block.
All right. Thank you, as always, to Centennial Securities, Farmers Insurance. See them rotating all game long at the bottom of your screen. We go to overtime. It's been a couple seasons. Coach Young's first year, Bulldogs went to overtime 2 or 3 times that season. We have not seen that yet, minus the district semifinal game that went to triple overtime last year against Zeeland West, which Bulldogs fans, I'm sure, can fully remember. All right, we're back underway. Reynolds jumps against Regneris. Cam tips it back. Sorokin gets the control, and we're underway. 4 minutes to see if the Bulldogs' hot run continues or if West Ottawa ends their losing streak. Whole bunch of contact and eventually a foul on Garrett's. I think the foul call was a little delayed right there at the end of what had happened. Neves had traveled essentially before the call came, but the call, I think, retroactively went back about half a second.
Yeah, right around the time as Neves was catching the basketball, it looked like a little bit of a push, and then Neves had lost his balance, was kind of falling away from the basket, and the foul call eventually coming in as Garrett's still applying some pressure.
And then overtime, the fouls from regulation as Neves misses the first. Overtime has fouls carry over. Regulation fouls carry over to overtime is what I'm trying to say. And Neves will have one more at the line to give Grandville the lead back right here. Neves. Got it. Grandville takes the 44-43 advantage as Caden Neves gets into double-digit scoring.
At the end of the fourth quarter in this situation, this is where the Panthers just ate as much clock as they could.
Quick whistle on Carter Wade, and that'll be his 4th foul, and that will now send the Panthers to the line. So everybody shooting free throws the rest of the way. 2 here from Makai Campos, who has been absolutely terrific tonight, the freshman. Got the rattle to tie the ball game. Again, offense for defense and defense for offense. Substitutions from Coach Riddell trying to balance some of the foul trouble. One more for Campos at the line, and the freshman unable to hit the second. All knotted at 44. Sorokin hounded by Ben Beetham. Highbor in the corner. A quiet night for Highbor. Only 2 in the game. He'll get it back from Regneris. 3:20 to go, knotted at 44. Now Grandville will take their time to set up some offense right here. Regneris Handoff for Caden Neves. Neves reaching. Regnerus saving into Barons. A turnover. And Campos off and running. Makai Campos. Corner. Ben Beetham. 3 for the lead. Off the heel and the board to Caden Neves. Less than 3 minutes to go in overtime. Neves is running. Neves for Sorokin. Sorokin for Wade. Wade directs some traffic, pumped into here by Beetham. 2.5 to go, all tied. Wade dribbles into space. Grandville leads it. The freshman with a splashdown.
You see a big call too right there. It looked like Wade's foot very close to the line. They called it a 3. That's going to be a huge one for Wade, who's been fighting the shot most of the night, but none bigger than that right there. Able to get one.
Here's Campos. Off the drive. Reaching around Wade. No. Paddled in. Oh! Huge collision for Colin Highbors. He got his head spiked, and you could hear it against the floor.
After the injury, the gym just going dead silent to the point you could hear the foul call and called on Highbor, who is obviously down on the floor in serious pain after hitting his head, but looked like
there's a couple ways that could have gone. I mean, so far every foul called tonight on an injured player has been on the injured player, so we're keeping consistent. Let's see if anyone charges the floor here, and thankfully Colin is up under his own power as Chandler rolls his eyes again. So Hackman will come in. Glad to see Colin up. That's a tough hit, and that's one of those two. I mean, that he gets whistled for the foul, but the contact was really kind of off of him. It was his legs that got taken out with a couple of falling players. He ultimately gets the foul drawn, and it will send the Panthers to the line down 3. And the first is off the mark for Barons. This game, man,
just continues to take different turns. You think you know where it's going, and it's just going a completely different direction.
One more for Tyler Barons. He has not scored tonight. Still hasn't. Off the mark. Cam Regnerus the board. 2 minutes to go. Stolen away by Reynolds. Reynolds turning. Cannot score over top of Regnerus. It will stay with West Ottawa.
Reynolds keeping that alive. It looked like Regnerus had fully secured the rebound, but Reynolds just reaching in there, rips it right away from him, and even though he missed the shot, I think Regnerus got a piece, and Panthers now going to reset.
Campos to throw in. Vellinga for Reynolds. Beetham backs it out. Vellinga triggers a tough one to tie. Board to Reynolds and a foul over the back on Carter Wade. And if it is Wade, that's it. It is. End of the night for Carter Wade.
Carter was going up for that rebound. Knew it was a big one, trying to steal it away, but the strong box out and also going for it was Reynolds, who has now made a couple big plays underneath, ripping it away from Regnerus, keep the possession alive, then a strong offensive rebound, gets himself to the free throw line.
Here comes DeYoung. Wade still right now with the biggest moment of the night as Reynolds gets the rattle. 5 now for Elijah Reynolds. Again, now Barons, Garrett's will come in on the defensive side of the floor as Reynolds is able to knock them both down. And the lead is 1 with 1:41 to go. Full court pressure from the Panthers. And now we'll go. Running the baseline, Hackman. In for Sorokin. Back to Hackman with some space. Hackman spinning against Reynolds. Turns it over, but came right back to him. A fortunate bounce for Corbin Hackman. Neves is trapped, and a timeout for Coach Young. a difficult time bringing it up the floor right there on a couple different occasions. Grandville nearly almost throwing the game away with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, had some difficulties initially getting in bounds. Took up a lot of the 5 seconds, eventually able to get it in, and then Heckman threw a pass straight at Garrett's foot. That should have been likely a turnover, but bounced directly off of it and right back to Heckman. Allowed them to get it over the timeline and then try to get something set up. But Coach Young kind of seeing the confusion and the chaos there, calling a timeout. See now if the Panthers, if they want to play this straight up or if they're going to. The thing that changes between this situation and the end of the fourth quarter is the foul situation. Any foul going to be free throws either way, which kind of changes the way you play things up versus what we saw the first time around at the end of the fourth quarter.
And at the same time, also changes it. No Carter Wade for Grandville. So the Bulldogs' top ball handler is out for these sort of moments. So some of those gambles might pay off more if the Bulldogs don't have Carter Wade to help handle the ball, as you saw with Heckman forced to do so there. He'll get it into Cam Regneris. Regneris looking to go back and over, on for Neves. Heckman with a minute 20 to go. Heckman spinning away from Garrett's. Nice move. Corbin Heckman to the rack. Can't get the slithering finish. West Ottawa basketball down 1 with a minute 11.
Heckman was able to get by a bunch of defenders. Nice move, working himself all the way from the wing. Right elbow to the middle of the lane. Tough shot at the end, but he had worked his way down and then just a little bit short. The shot rolling off, and now the roles flip here.
Kai Campos, 11 points in the game for the freshman. Trailing by 1 with a minute to go. Let's see how much time West Ottawa and Coach Riddell are willing to take. Jackson DeYoung locking up the freshman. Campos turns out. Gave it on for Beetham. He'll match up on Sorokin with 50 seconds to go in overtime. Grandville by 1. Beetham. Off the drive, handing off for Knapp. Stolen by Caden Neves, and he's fouled. What a defensive play by Neves.
Great read by Neves. Used the off defender, guarding the corner that way, but saw the entry pass, able to reach in, got just enough of the basketball to almost tie it up, steal it. Now free throws for Neves. He earned on the defensive end.
All right. Caden Neves with 10 points in the ball game. And unable to hit the first. A big miss right there. Lead will be at most 2. 38.5 to go. One more for Caden Neves. One of 2 at the stripe for Neves. DeYoung, Neves, Postma, Regneris, Sorokin out to defend. Campos along with Knapp here. Campos turns the back, drives, whipping up, good. We are tied at 48. Makai Campos, what a finish. 23 seconds to go.
Coach Riddell wanted him to go quickly there, and Campos paying off. Tough shot, undersized, but the freshman making it count underneath.
Postma, timeout, Coach Young with 12.3 on the clock. 12.3. And Coach Young will call his extra timeout he has here in the overtime period. All right, 12 seconds, tie game, set it up. There's 12 seconds to go. I think you give as much of the 12 seconds to number 12 as possible.
I have to imagine. I think partially due to you're down a couple guys right now. Carter Wade fouled out. Colin Hybor out after hitting his head and out for the rest of this one, it looks like. So you have to imagine, try to get it down to Regneris. He hasn't scored in the overtime yet, but he's been leading you the entire game. If they're double teaming that or taking that away from you, Neves, maybe from beyond the arc, those are your 2 most likely situations you probably have to be playing in for here if you're Coach Young.
12 seconds on the clock in overtime. Tied at 48, Makai Campos with 11 points to lead West Ottawa. The terrific freshman has nodded us. Cam Regneris with 24 for Grandville. He has been held scoreless so far in a grinding overtime period. And away we go. 12 seconds for Grandville. 48-all. Overtime. No Wade, no Highbore right now for the Bulldogs. Heckman got Regnerus with 11. Matches up against Behrens with 10. Regnerus jabbing with 8. Regnerus off the drive with 5. Kicking out. Neves. Back Regnerus 4. Cam Regnerus with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Regnerus! Grandville wins! .26 points, none bigger than the final 2. Cam Regnerus, Grandville survives.
What a game. You knew that final sequence right there. They wanted to get the ball to Cam. They tried to right away. He sized it up, didn't like it. Dumped it off to Neves, who might have had a 3, decided he didn't like that either. Get it back to Cam, and then he just goes to work. Much like he had the entire course of the game, the 26 points speaks for itself. Last possession, knew exactly how much time was on the clock. Works his way to the left hand, and then gets the friendly bounce off the back in front of the rim. Drops it home, and crazy ending to a crazy game here. Maybe one we didn't expect, but quite the game.
Shall we take a look at the play? Let's just take a look at it right now. One more time. Cam Regnerus, the winner at 11. Matches up against Behrens with 10. Regnerus jabbing with 8. Regnerus off the drive with 5. Kicking out. Neves. Back Regnerus 4. Cam Regnerus with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Regnerus! What a game. What a finish. We're going to try to clear our minds a little bit. We're going to step aside and be right back here from Grandville.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number 1 personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. 50-48. That goes up there in the history of MGN games, I think in particular for basketball games, CT. 50-48, Grandville survives. Get us our scoring, and we'll take a look at some of the highlight reel plays from this one, just some.
All right, we'll start with West Ottawa. Leading scorer, Campos with 13. Fellinga had 9. Ben Beetham had 7. Reynolds with 6. Garretts and Knapp both with 5, and Behrens with 3 for the Bulldogs. Leading all scorers, Cam Regnerus 26 points. Neves with 11, and it was Wade with 4. Sorokin with 3. Postma, Heckman, and Hybor, all with 2 points.
All right, Bulldogs survive this one. Let's take a look at some highlights before we get you your Farmers Insurance play of the game. You already know what it is. But let's take a look. Let's go back to the first half. I want to watch this alley-oop again. Let's start with that. Off the foot of Campos. Wade is running. Has Regneris there. Lobs. Jams! Oh, my goodness! Together. So there's our first of many highlights from this ball game down the stretch, as we now will work our way on through right here, and we go to one of the bigger buckets of the contest as well, as Carter Wade, who eventually followed out, had what at the time looked like it was going to be a game winner in overtime. Wade directs some traffic, pumped into here by Beetham. 2.5 to go, all tied. Wade dribbles into space. Grandville leads it. The freshman with a splashdown. And then Makai Campos, the freshman, snaking to the rim. 12 seconds to go with a tie that seemed like it, at the time, was going to be the biggest play of the game. DeYoung, Neves, Postma, Regneris, Sorokin out to defend. Campos along with Knapp here. Campos turns the back, drives, whipping up, good. And then Farmers Insurance presents the play of the game. Let's take a look at it one more time. Cam Regneris for the second time. 11 matches up against Barons with 10. Regneris jabbing with 8. Regneris off the drive with 5. Kicking out. Neves. Back Regneris 4. Cam Regneris with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Regneris! Matches up against Barons with 10. Regneris jabbing with 8. Regneris off the drive with 5. Kicking out. Neves. Back Regneris 4. Cam Regneris with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Regneris! All right, CT. That'll do it. We're sitting down now so we can kind of collect ourselves from this one. Unbelievable. Centennial Securities winning game plan. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Coach Riddell had a very good game plan, the way that he played things down the stretch. But at the end of the day, the winning game plan wasn't necessarily a tactical game plan. It was a little bit of a guts and glory type game plan. It was just Grandville able to do just enough drawing things up to beat some of the havoc pressure from West Ottawa, to survive, to kill just enough clock to ultimately win. I mean, Coach Riddell probably, I wouldn't say coached the better game because obviously he fell, but with where his team was at, Coach Riddell coached an incredible game today, for sure. But in the end, Coach Young's team was able to find a way down the stretch to just enough in overtime, draw up just the right plays to make enough plays.
Yeah, I think, it's a game where both coaches can probably look at it, and then from the Panthers side of it, yeah, Coach Riddell, you got one of the best performances of your team against one of the best teams in the OK Red. You're right there. You've got a lot of young guys and kind of starting to see what they could possibly do to become a better team in the future and in the rest of the season. And I think for Coach Young, too, yeah, maybe a game you weren't expected. You're probably hoping to win this one a little more comfortably than what you did, but at the same time, these kind of games happen. It's a matter of can you get the most out of your guys on those nights. It was clear from the start it was going to be kind of that type of game. Guys were fighting it. You had foul trouble. You had injuries. And at the end of the day, you went to your star player. At the end of the game, got you the buzzer beater. You walk away with a win, and you can move forward.
Rainbow Grill, player of the game. Cam Regneris, a masterclass. 26 points, the game winner. Whenever they were lulling, the Bulldogs he found a way to get the points. This was, I would say, the finest performance of that young man's career. We've seen darn near every game in the last 3 years, and that was the finest performance he's had.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think he had just a tremendous amount of dunks, of plays all around the blocks. I mean, it's kind of old news at some point, just what he does every night. But I think when you look at the overall performance and, of course, the highlight plays, none bigger than the game winner there. But we've got minutes of highlights saved right now of just him dunking the basketball. That there probably needs to be a clip out of just dunk after dunk. But just all around great game from Cam.
I'm gonna have to clear the computer and the entire cache of our broadcast stuff because the computer's probably gonna crash. I got so many Cam Regner's dunks from this game saved from this broadcast. What a game! 50-48. Grandville survives. I mean, most importantly, the Bulldogs go to 13-4 on the season for them. Most importantly, West Ottawa, hard-fought win. We'll see if they're able to turn this in a little bit of momentum back the other way now down the stretch run. Friday, we're back here. 5:30. The boys are the first game. It is the rivalry. It's Grandville-Rockford. Of course, there's some X factors. The health status of Colin Hybor is going to be a big one with the injury and the slamming of his head at the end of the overtime period in that one. And it's going to be a tough game to say the least for the Bulldogs, but they get their chance at the rival. They won here last year to earn a split against Rockford. I'll let you kind of have the last word of it. I can't wait till Friday because it's always good, and you can tell the juice in the community right now for Grandville's up that much more with the way that this game went tonight.
Yeah, they put them in a perfect spot to be excited about this game. It's always the rivalry, and you're always looking forward to it. But when you've got, kind of got that on the line, that the Bulldogs very much alive in the OK Red yet. If they win on Friday night, put themselves right within striking distance and in a really good spot. And you survived the hurdle here tonight. And, not sure if it was a look-ahead situation, but the truth is you survived it, and you get to play Rockford with the conference on the line yet, and now you got to take advantage of that.
A night that looked like we were going to have a pair of big upsets instead turns into a night of survivals. West Ottawa girls able to pull it out in the end, of the Grandville boys able to pull it out in the end as well. For Chandler Timmer, everyone at Michigan Game Night, Michigan Sports Radio, I am Nate Dreyer signing off. One last time here this evening. My goodness, what a game. What a game in overtime. Cam Regner wins it at the buzzer in overtime. We'll see everyone 5:30 Friday night. It's the rivalry, Grandville, Rockford.